presented by Open Faces of Freeride Europe. We are about to start this competition. Here's the close, liebe Leute, beim ersten Freeride World Challenger, presented by Open Faces. Natürlich für mich dabei Oran und Headquarter. Und wir erwarten heute 66 Rider aus insgesamt 21 Nationen, darunter 14 ehemalige Freeride World Rider. Alle kämpfen dieses Jahr wieder um die Freeride World Tickets für die Saison 2027. Und das hier ist der Start der neuen Saison hier im wunderschönen Silvretta Montafon. Es wird jetzt los, 15 Minuten in der Piste auf dem Start, 59 geht los und dann starten wir hier an. Also der Mann bietet diese Freeride Extra für heutige Tage. Und wir sind bereit, bis dahin ordentlich fahren. Vorne die Kette,
Morning. We are here at the final, and today we are looking at who's getting the Freeride World Tour ticket.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, freeride lovers from around the world. A very warm welcome from the beautiful Silvretta Montafon area. It's the first Challenger season of the Arras Challenger season, the 2026 Open Faces Silvretta Montafon Challenger. Stoked to be here and stoked to have a new commentator on my side, Maria Kusma from New Zealand.
Hey guys, I'm hyped to be in the seat, joining Flo live, watching the awesome first Challenger competition of the season. The faces here, the riders are here. I'm hyped. Let's go.
Exactly. We have epic condition, bluebird powder. We couldn't ask for anything better. Let's have a look at the face right away. We're super stoked to be here in such conditions today.
Woo!
There we go. We are going to have a competition today on Zermatt-Spitze. This venue has proved over many years to be a true proving ground for Challenger and qualifier competitions alike. The videos you now see are a face preview clip. We actually have the sun on the face right now, which you will see in a couple seconds as we switch to the live clips. Tamangspitze sits at about 2,700 meters, has some super steep pitches, goes up to 55 degrees. What is this venue like compared to the ones you got at back home in New Zealand, Maria?
Well, to be honest, they're actually quite similar, but Silvretta Montafon really does put it on. I can see the riders hiking up to the top of the cross there, and you know, we got some fresh snow in the last couple days. Super blessed, and what a weather window we have. Maybe the clouds will come in. What do you think, Flo?
Well, it's Bluebird now. I think we'll have to like 1 or 2 p.m. in the afternoon, but that the last riders should be down. My question to you: it is a low tide. It has been a low tide season with not as much snow as all freeriders won, but this week has made up for a lot. Is it enough to give our riders today a good lay of powder on all those rocks?
I was talking to one of the competitors this morning in the gondola, and they said they were umming and ahhing, but look at this drone shot of this face right now. This is live, right, Flo? Yeah,
we were coming up with the gondola with the riders together in the morning, and then the sun hit about at 7:30, 7:45, the top of the Tamangspitze for the first time. Everyone stopped, everyone was in awe. It's so beautiful, it's simply a perfect day.
And here we are again. Yes, I was talking to one of the skiers in the gondola today. I asked them what they thought about the conditions. They said they were pretty stoked with that fresh dusting. At the same time, you know, it is covering some sharkies, so we're going to see how the skiers handle it and snowboarders handle it.
Great. They got all the pictures from the days before that last snowfall, so they know where the sharks are lurking. But ladies and gentlemen, this challenge series is defining which riders are going to be competing on the Freeride World Tour in 2027. And thus we're going to take you now through the judging criteria, which actually define the final score of a rider as he approaches the finish line.
That's right.
Yeah, we see our judges here getting ready, and now here's our clip.
Hi, my name is Bertie Denevo. I'm one of the Freeride World Tour judges. We score riders from 0 to 100. When the rider leaves the gate, he has a score of 50, and then the score goes up or down depending on what we see. There are 5 judging criterion. The number 1 criterion is the choice of line. We'll judge whether the line was difficult or not and whether the athlete did the best out of his line choice. Then there's air and style. How big is the jump? How many are there? Were there tricks in the air? Was the rider in control in the air? How were the landings? So landings are part of the jump. Then there's fluidity. We judges are here to decide whether the athlete was really fast or kind of slow compared to how exposed or how difficult it is to ski. Then there's control. Here we'll judge whether the rider was in control at all times. Then there's technique. For pros, we don't really judge their technique, but we might pick off some points if they side slip in a place where another rider was taking turns. The score, like a temperature, will go up and down so that we have a score in our heads when the rider crosses the finish line.
Beautiful picture from the start gate at the 2026 Open Face, the Silvretta Montafon Challenger. Maria, we just heard about those judging criteria, right? So freeriding is a free sport. You want to ride powder, you're in a start gate and ride the finish line. In between, you're free to do what you want. So do these criteria put those riders in a box? Do they like force them to do things they don't want? Or are they really made to give the riders a chance to express them the way they want to?
Well, that's a loaded question, Flo, because it all depends on the rider, and of course it depends what the face is giving you, right? So I'm currently looking up at the face right now. It looks like a technical face. It looks like a rider can put down a flowy turn. I'm seeing some amazing power turns in the middle of some technical turns. It all depends on the rider and what the face gives, and I'm guessing there's going to be some pretty technical runs today.
Yeah, I like it, but the way it's being mentioned in the judging handbook, the judging criteria should give any riding style the chance to win on any given day. So a more freestyle oriented rider should have able to ride a more easy run, right, with more jumps, whereas a more technical rider should be able to go into the big mountain stuff for like big drops, and then it could be off either way.
Exactly, and as I'm looking at the face right now, I'm looking at some lines that some more freestyle riders can take. And like I said before, there are some pretty booty cliffs up there. I'm looking forward to seeing what the riders put down.
Me too. I think that makes this face really special. You see it here in an overview once
There
again.
it is.
It has everything to offer, right? You can go right into the Nar, right below the start gate. 45, 50 degrees, single, double, triple drops. But to the left and right, you have all those freestyle options. Let's see what the boys and the girls did on this face over the last years. Here's your highlight clip from the 2025 Challenger from the Montafon area.
Let's have a look.
This is the Freeride World Tour Challenger by Orange. We are back here in Silvretta, Montafon.
3, 2, 1, drop in!
Amazing action here last year, and I'm sure we'll have amazing action here today at the 2026 Open Faces Silvretta Montafon Challenger. Let's have a look at the start list. A stacked field, competitors from 15 nations, 16 in total. France, Switzerland, Germany, Finland, Spain. So, wow. What do you reckon?
Yeah, and we've got on the start list, I've been looking over the start list last night, having a look-see. We've got women and men coming from the juniors. We've got riders coming that killed the competition last year, the 2025 Challenger Series. There's some strong competitors in this field today, I tell you what.
Yeah, just looking at that first page, Mikael Bimbers, a former Verbier Extreme winner. Couple of riders that came back down from World Tour, like Tendra Katunu, who were among the last in the ranking on the World Tour. So these riders are being pushed back to the Challengers, and now they compete with the young up-and-coming riders to re-qualify. We have a Freeride Junior World Champion here, Hamish Henderson, freshly baked 10 days ago, and Austrian, almost local hero, Simon Zwischenbrücker is also at the start today. Yeah, I see Noah Pesara, another 2025 Freeride Junior World Champion. So really an amazing high-quality field here today.
Great field, great field. I'm really looking forward to it. And
also,
then,
give me a second, also Maxime Chaplot, a former Freeride World Champion as well, so trying to re-qualify for the tour. So this is amazing.
What stands out here for the start list for the ski women, since I've been in here for a while, we've got Elizabeth Gerritsen. She's been in the game. She's super consistent, strong rider. We've got Mila De La Rue coming, the young guns.
Yeah, Elios, Maria Castel, Viebono. Wow. Like all these riders have won tons of competitions. Some have even been world champions, have won competitions like the Verbier Extreme. Some have been close to qualify for many years, and some are here as rookies.
And here we go. We've got the start list for the snowboard men. Me being a Kiwi as I am, I'm going to say Vaughan Hardwick. He's here in full swing. We've got Spanish people. We've got Nordics.
I see Kia Chrétien here with BIP 44, a 3-time Freeride World Junior Champion. So yeah,
Christopher Charlet.
So stacked up. And last but not least today, in the men's field in snowboarding, Timmy Schröder, who was on the World Tour for 2 years and just missed the cut by like 3 or 4 points, and he's eager to re-qualify.
And we even have a Briton there too. Ooh, and here we go, snowboard women. We've got Michaela Holston coming from Finland. She's been in the game for a long time. Tiffany Perotin.
Perotin, also a former champion. So a stacked up field, we can be ready for an amazing display of performance here on the Zermattspitze for sure.
And we also have Briony Johnson from down south. And we have someone in the start gate right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a rider, but we are ready for the first rider to drop in here from the beautiful Zermattspitze. So, Maria, if you were to stand in the start gate today, what would be your line choice at this point? Would you go for the easy stuff with more freestyle, or would you drop into the gnar right down fall line from the start gate?
Well, if we ever do, when we do go back to the live footage of the face, you'll see like a flank of snow on the looker's right, which would mean the rider's left. There's maybe, I think that's one or maybe two lines that goes down that flank. I would be looking for a face that's so technical that already has a fresh dusting of snow. I would go where the snow is. I'd go where the snow is, where I could have the most fun and not have to worry about those sharkies underneath the feet. You know how that goes, Flo.
I like that. So now we see what she was talking about. A bit on the looker's left, you have this ramp that is for sure loaded with snow.
Looker's right.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Yeah, and you have two ramps actually, one on the left and one on the right. Such a playground, yeah, here on the Zermattspitze Montafon. Well, we have seen more incredible action the last years. We have people doing backflips over like 15+ meter clips, big 360s, big lofty straighters, and especially that top section saw a lot of traffic. But as we have the drone now rising up, look at this view, the beautiful Montafon mountains in the background, one of Austria's biggest ski resorts. You can go up and down mountains for a full day without ever doing a single run twice.
Yeah, the terrain here is absolutely epic. And the competition face is a very, very fine example of what we have to offer in this area.
And the riders really love it because it's the finish area is right next to the piste, and the hike up there is about 25-30 minutes, so it's not too gruesome. It means the short hike gives you access to a true world-class face.
There we have the judges. There's a slight breeze in the air. We've got those Freeride World Tour Challenger flags briefly just swinging in the air, and then we've got some of the, I think that those are viewers chilling out there looking at the face, no?
Exactly. Since we had this judges area in the field, let's have a quick look at our judges today. We have Stefan Schallis, Dodo Conrad, and Florian Gassner from Austria. Florian Gassner being the video judge. So this judge will actually review the live action. If there is a big drop and the rider disappears in the cloud of powder snow, Flo Gassner will replay the video 2 or 3 times and then tell the judges, all right, this was a clean landing or this rider had some troubles, and that would obviously influence the score of the rider.
Yeah, and I know Shiv Schallis, she's a former competitor. I used to compete against her myself, so she knows what it's like to be standing up there in the start gate. Yeah,
not to forget Ludwig Bianchin, also a former rider. So all our judges have been in start gates before, they have been competing, they know what it's like, and it seems like we're getting ready for bib number 1, Gabin Sio, one of the riders of the Free Ski Academy from France, opening up today's competition.
Gabin Sio, we've got him in the start gate. He was competing in the Challenger 2025, ended up 13th place, and he's also has quite a lot of experience in the qualifiers. 3 years in the Challengers, many years in the qualifiers, and let's see, he's dropping in. Let's go, Gabin!
Wow, opening up this run with a beautiful double. It's not easy, I think, to be bib number 1 on such a fresh powder day. Yeah, some riders say they'd rather have bib number 5, 6, 7 so they know and get what the snow's going to be like. He's on the Lucas right ramp, going for a big backflip.
Gabin being aggressive right from the start gate, right going through the middle of the face there, not going too far off fall line, super aggressive through the middle. What a first run to start open this competition. Oh my Lord.
Gabin making super short work of this face. He has a 7th place on his belt on this competition last year. I'm sure he wants to improve from that. But Maria, there was one part of this run that I really want to see in that replay. What do you think about the landing of his big backflip? Was it clean, or did he lean back on the snow, thus creating like stage 1, 2, or 3 backslide landing?
That's a great question. Being a snowboarder myself, I'm still trying to get my head around that, because when I saw Gabin's run and that backflip that he pulled out, in my mind, I didn't even see that what do you call that? The back slap, because in my mind it'll be a stage 1. But let's have a look at the replay and see how it goes.
Let's have a look at the replay. So to clarify this, if a rider does not land
go.
exactly on his feet, but he touches the snow with his back. Yeah, we call that a back slap. And we have a stage 1, 2, or 3, and depending on that figure, there's some points being deducted. So you see the back flip, he lands it. Yeah, it looked quite okay. He had his hand down, but I think his upper part, he stayed away from the snow. So this is exactly what Flo Gassner does right now. He reviews that and tells the judges, all right, maybe to call it a stage 1, a little bit, wobbly. But it was pretty clean, actually, I think.
Gabin, so aggressive right from the start. I can't imagine a better run to start off the competition. I bet he's feeling pretty confident standing out there at the finish podium. Let's see. What do you think? What do you think for the score?
Oh,
Don't want to put too much pressure on it right from the beginning of the comp, but, you know, with that line, oh, my gosh.
Sorry, guys, no score guessing from my side today.
All right.
76.7, setting the standard for the day. That means the judges do leave a lot of room towards the maximum of 100 points per day. Yeah, this is a phase where, you know, a lot of action can happen. He had 2 massive features. Maybe there's riders who managed to put a third one in, and thus the judges need to let a little room. But we get back up to the start for another Free Ski Academy rider, Nemo Planje.
Nemo Planje, 23 years old, lots of experience through the qualifiers, juniors, and coming out also very strong from the start gate. Wow, straight lining over that first cliff.
Similar, but what I really like about Nemo Planje is he's riding with 2 Velcro straps for my liner boots, because I met him at the gondola this morning, and and part of his backpack was missing. Nemo approaching the big mandatory backpack cliff. Oh, landing it super clean.
Okay.
How was that landing?
So that backflip from Nemo, compared to Gabin's backflip in the run before, I would say that was much cleaner. Very aggressive from the start, full line as well, straight through the cheese grater cliffs in the middle. I'm going to guess that he's going to maybe get a higher point of 70.
Yeah, so for you at home, that's a great way to compare. You saw those 2 backflips, and not sure if Nemo had as clean of a run. Now let's look at this. The double, the first landing is super clean. He gets a bit compressed here. His hands touch the snow, but managed to keep his back away from snow. And this black hip was just stomped as nice as it could be stomped. So he shows what can be done, how nice you can stomp this landing. That's going to be a benchmark for this air.
Oh my God, these boys, you know, you could see in his credentials that he's had just so much experience starting in the juniors, going through the qualifiers, and now he's in the Challenger, first Challenger of the season with 80 points. Great work, Nemo.
Congratulations. Well stoked for the Free Academy Lizark. They do such a great work with all the kids and young riders there, pushing them, helping them to
And
perform.
next in the start gate, we've got Paul Denton. He's 25 years old, another very experienced skier. He's been competing in the juniors, all through the qualifiers, and now the challengers.
Paul, I wish you good luck. You've been like short by 2 or 3 points to qualify for the Field World Tour last year. And I know you have so much experience. You've been doing some crazy moves over the years. And you said this morning, well, I'm going to play it a little smarter this year. You know, using my experience with his riding skill as a combination. And I think that's what he shows right now.
Just heading off that nose into that fresh kind of flank of snow into this backflip cliff. And, gets a bit squirrely and does not, unfortunately, land that as clean as he probably wanted to.
That is very interesting, because he said he was going to play a little softer, but this was not soft play. This was going all in on the big backflip. But it seemed like at the takeoff, he was a little sideways, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing that after a couple skiers have gone through there, maybe the takeoff is getting a bit squirrely. Probably is obviously not happy with that landing. Let's see how it goes on the point score.
It's such a short phase, and there's no room for error. That's like, if you have a mistake, you can't really make up for it, because it all happens so quick.
So there he is again, going really confidently through that first part, and then getting a bit squirrely off the backflip cliff.
Yeah, quite untypical for Paul, because these big backflips are his trademark. I remember he has shown the backflips here on various points of the face over the years. Came into this takeoff a little unstable, I would say, and then he paid the price by not being able to stomp that landing as clean as he obviously wanted to. A former winner, actually a 2 times former winner of this event he is. 42.67. That's at this point for Paul. Well, Paul, you get another 5 challenge events this season, and you'll be able to make up for it, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, that's just going to keep him frothing for the next events. And following Paul, we will see come up in the video shortly, is Mikhail Bimbos, straight from France, 39 years old. He's been in the game. He's been on the Challenger Series since 2020.
And Michael Bimbos is a former winner of the Verbier Extreme. He is in the Hall of Fame of freeriding. He also has won the Fieberbrunn Pro before on the World Tour. Back on the Challengers to re-qualify for the World Tour once more. Very different approach. Puts a turn into the steepest parts of the face. Really creative.
And after riding that first bit with a lot of confidence, he's coming into this cheese grater middle section, hitting that flank of snow that Paul just hit before, and going into some fresh and opening up a new backcliff there. Mikhail Bimbo, straight out of France with the biggest backflip so far of the event.
I don't think you can do a bigger backflip off on this face. I was wondering where he was even going for a second. That's a solid 12-30 meter distance from takeoff to even end of the rock, not even talking to his landing. Mikhail Bimbos with a crazy air, maybe not the cleanest of landings. We will see in that landing if he was able to stomp it, or if he had a stage 3, that means his back touching his snow.
Yeah, not the cleanest of landings, but definitely the biggest backflip of the day. But I mean, there's only been 4 skiers go. Look at him hit this first section with super flowy, and that last massive backflip. What would you say? What stage backslap is that? I'm still learning about the ski backslap, Flo.
Yeah, that is a full backslap. His back is hitting the snow and bouncing back off. He's a rebounds. So that is a backslap 3.
Oh, Mikhail, I respect your game, my friend. Straight out of France with that massive backflip. You know what? I mean, he went so big, but he did land on that knuckle.
I believe he landed pretty much exactly where he wanted. Maybe he even would have wanted to go like half a meter further. Could have been a tiny bit steeper, but that impact was brutal, and it's not super steep there anymore. You know, it's the part of the face where it starts to flatten out. And I think he does have the strength to land it, just didn't manage to put it together on this particular landing. So obviously, Flo Gassner is reviewing this and telling the judges what to make of this landing, and we will see how it does reflect in the actual score.
Mikhail Bimbos, I'll tell you what, all of these faces are new for me, but not Mikhail's. He's been long in the game and in the Freeride World Tour qualifiers and Tour, and now the Challenger Series. I really hope that it'll be interesting to see how they judge that backslap.
Exactly.
Because that flank of snow that he opened up in the middle section was so beautiful. You can tell that he's having fun. There is fresh snow up there. Although there are some sharks, it's good to see that if you want the fresh pow, you can go get it.
75.67, so they rewarded the big air. He's stoked. He said,
yeah, I'm stoked too.
I almost crashed. That's a good score.
Go, Mikhail. I'm so hyped on that result for him. And we have in the start gate, Noé Vuillamont. He's 19 years old, has a long history in the juniors. And let's see him coming very confidently out of the start gate, hitting this first section into a double with a beautiful landing, keeping control, aggressive. Oh, wow. 19
years of age only, and showing all his experience by choosing the right takeoff to find also a smooth landing. And he's already at that last cliff. Let's call it that mandatory, going for a big lofty 3 and putting his 3 feet perfectly.
Beautiful, Noé. He took that flank to the backflip cliff and wanted to do his own thing, which I love.
We saw that if you guys were watching the Freeride World Tour in Val Thorens yesterday, we saw that a lot of riders do have troubles putting those backflips for the feet because you always have some rotation still going as you land. And a 360 is sometimes just easier, to open up for that landing. Nice, yeah. And, I thought that, the last, I think it was Paul, he went off that backflip cliff. There you go. It was a bit squirrely, but it seems as though, no, he didn't have any trouble with that. Wow. No, the technical skills to pre-pop at this 360 and then put it to his feet, stomping as clean as he did, I think that's amazing. 19 years old from Switzerland. What a run. Well, I did my first freeride competition when I was 24, and he's probably been doing them for 10 years. He has been doing it. How long has he been doing it? Let's see. He's been on the juniors since 2020. So, you know what? That's a solid 6 years of competing, and he did his first challenger last year in 2025, and it seems as though the experience is paying off. He chose a unique line,
didn't do what all the other skiers were doing and made his own kind of unique flair. Massive 360 off that backflip cliff. Wow, what a run.
Noah part of the Nonda Freeride team. Nonda being part of the Quatre-Vallées. You have Verbier on the south side and Nonda on the north side. A breeding ground for freeriders. Many of the best freeriders in Europe come from the Quatre-Vallées area. And having him at 90 years of age being able to pull down such a run, that's a big promise for the future.
Let's see how he goes here. What are the judges contemplating? Oh! Taking out the second place. Noé Vouillon, 19 years old from Nonda. Wow, he's going to be stoked with that. Of course.
Congratulations, Noé. Noé Wilmore. Another Noé in the start. I was getting all confused here for a second. 23 years of age, also one of the younger ones. Noé Monnier from France being the next rider in the gate.
He's a bit of an underdog, this Noé. Not too many. He was he competed in the challenges last year with third place, and that's about it. So let's see. It's very, very, very confident and flowy out of this first bit. You can see the power. Oh my gosh.
Amazingly creative approach, across court air, finding the fresh powder for the landing at top air. Wow.
And he's going into this middle section with a little bit of trouble. We've got, I'm guessing he's clipped one of those sharks, hasn't he? He did a little bit of a tumble through the middle cheese grater section. And I'm saying cheese grater because if it wasn't for that fresh pow that we had, then it would look like a cheese grater section. You can see it there.
Yeah, Neomnier being victim to today's conditions. Like we said, we have amazing powder, but it's a thin layer, and you can see right where he's standing, trying to climb up to his skis, that there are those rocks, sharky rocks, covered by sometimes just 20, 30 cms of snow, and that's what they just grabbed his skis. It seemed to, like in the middle of his turn, his skis got stopped at, and his body kept him moving forward without skis.
Yeah, that's a super shame because, you know, there have been skiers going before him through that same section, and I guess he just got unlucky. Noé got unlucky and clipped a rock, and I'm glad that he's okay because taking a tumble in ahead of all of that gnarly exposure can cause
But I
some
love
troubles.
that top part here.
Oh, that's completely 100% they call that sticky rocks.
Yeah, he lands, his skis punch through snow, get the rock, the base of ski gets stuck on the rock, and that momentum just keeps him going forward while his skis stayed where they are. So super unlucky, Bonnet, but that top part was a big promise. I love the style and flawlessness that he flew through the air with, right? If you look up back to the mountain, we see that it was a huge air that he did at the top to find the trash landing.
Exactly, and this is completely out of control when it's conditions like this. All you can do is give it your all and try and avoid the rocks where you can, and I do believe that's what he was trying to do, of course. And now we have Noé Billy goading on the face, trying to find his skis.
Yeah, Neo Monnier, part of the Free Ski Academy. We asked him what his expectations are on his first year on the Challenger Series, and he answered with simply one word: win. And he showed this ambition really well. Unlucky that his skis got clipped after this very spot, and he really has troubles now hiking up. It's so steep where he is, probably a solid 45 degrees. It looked like head of safety Markus Cox-Kogler, who's been doing this for the open faces for 50 years, might have to send a ski dude. And maybe in the future time we will have a drone picking up skis for the riders and bringing them back up.
Wouldn't that be sci-fi? I wonder how Max Zimmermann is feeling. This is the skier coming out of German, dropping next, number 7 in this course. He's probably standing up in the start gate right now thinking, all right, so Noé just clipped a rock, and I'm wondering if that is going to play any influence in how he rides his run. I was talking to some of the riders last night at the riders meeting, and they said that few of the riders said that it's important to have at least 2 lines just to see how the day goes, what the snow is doing, what the sharkies are doing.
Yeah, there are some lines like the area where Noé went in now that might just function well now, but after like 5, 6, 7 more riders, there might just not be enough snow, so that's when riders at the top will have to switch from plan A to plan B. As we can see a ski route approaching the area where Noé has lost his skis. The drone shot really nicely. They were still right next to each other, I think, those skis, waiting to be picked up. So a really grabby shark.
Yeah, those sticky rocks, the sticky Steine, they're there, and but I'm not sure. I wonder what the dialogue is there between the ski aid and Noé. Oh, he's got his skis.
Verbier, yeah. Open Face is being famous for great organization. They've been doing freeride competitions in Austria for over 15 years, and also their safety game is really up to date. They have their ski doors and their safety, you know, at different parts of the face. So if a rider is in trouble, hits a rock, lost the ski, we can have a safety personnel with that rider within a very short time.
Yeah, and that's always a true sign of a well-organized and well-experienced competition organization. I do believe that a lot of them have experience from Fieberbrunn as well.
Well, you know, freeriding is a lot about risk management. We all know that. None of us ventures out to the open terrain aside from slope without all the safety gear, right? So no freeriding without a backpack containing a shovel and a probe. You want to have a helmet on your head. You want that transceiver under your jacket switched on with fresh batteries and maybe even a back protection. And you never want to go out there alone, because if you're in trouble, you need someone to help you. Just like Noé needed the ski dude now to help him retrieve his skis.
And at least Noé's earning some power turns on the way down this mountain after retrieving his skis. And I wonder what it's like. Check out the ski aid person coming down the cheese grater flow. I bet he's having a great time. And he looks like the ski aid's following Noé's run. All the best to you, Noé. You had a great line. Let's see how the rest of the competitors deal with those sticky Steine, a.k.a. sticky rocks.
Steine. We look back up to the start gate, and Germany represented by Max Zimmermann. Max Zimmermann lives in Innsbruck, and he was 5th here last year. Yeah, and he was super stoked, but he also said, hey, you know, I have it in me. I can do better. So step it up at 2 ranks. It'll be on the podium. Good luck, Max Zimmermann, for your challenge today.
Yeah, I mean, he did place in number 9th place in the Challenger, and here he is coming through the first section. It looks like, wow, a massive double with a super clean landing. Max Zimmermann going very aggressively into the second section after a successful first section into the cheese grater. How will he avoid these sticky Steiners?
Following almost exactly Noé's line. I was almost worried there for a second. He has a lot of slough coming down. He has to defy the slough, and the takeoff goes for the backflip.
Oh, and he just doesn't stick it. It looks like he landed in one of the boys' bomb holes there, which is quite difficult to stick, of course, in these snow conditions. Damn, after such a strong and aggressive 4-line run, that is not the best result. That's obviously further than a stage 3 backslap, right, Flo?
Well, the skis are on his feet, so he will get a score. Obviously, if you lose a ski, you'll get a no score.
All right.
So he will have a score, but he seemed like he really rushed to take off. I was wondering, since he had so much slough going down, it wouldn't have been a better idea to like slow down for a second or two, kind of revise and take it. But let's look at the replay.
He navigated that cheese grater section so well, so aggressive and really clean on that landing. Before this massive backflip, he nearly got caught up. And so it really is a shame that look at that bomb hole that he landed into. I mean, who's able to land that?
That's what I was just going to say. So if I was a coach, I'd tell the riders now, if you go for that big, let's call it the mandatory rock there, maybe change that angle a little bit. Go like 3 or 5 degrees to the left or to the right, or a little shorter, a little further, but try to avoid that hole, because obviously that compression in there is brutal.
All right, next up, as Max, the big black backflip dude, waits in the bottom, we've got Mikkel Brandt, another young gun, 23 years old from Denmark. Yeah. I think I was in the gondola with Mikkel. He was rocking some tunes, and he's in the start gate. He's done a few of the challenges for 3 years now, every year getting a better placement. Last year, coming out with a 2nd place, 2025. So let's see first how Max Zimmermann does, and then go back up to Mikkel, starting in the wait list.
Yeah, he's holding his neck. Maybe he really had a strong impact there, landing the hole. One remark I want to place here, as I'm seeing his avalanche backpack. Of course, if you're out there, don't forget avalanche backpacks. Are a great thing to save your life if you're ever caught in a slide. They are mandatory here on the Challenger Tour for all riders, as much as they are on the Freeride World Tour.
But hey, Flo, while they're waiting for the points, I look on the Freeride World Tour live chat. Someone said, who are the live commentators? We haven't even introduced ourselves. Well, we did in the beginning very quickly, but we've got Flo Orley here, Freeride legend, Freeride World Tour, but in the game for as long as I can remember. And then we have me, Maria Kuzma from New Zealand.
Yeah, Maria also a former Freeride World Tour competitor, world traveler, lives in Finland, Tiladal, and somewhere in the far east of Indonesia, where she loves to surf. So, yeah.
That's us.
We're just not a couple of freeride folks, you know, just like the riders who are
Freeride
not
frothers.
just a couple of years older.
Stoked to be here commentating on this first Challenger series of the season.
The energy hanging out with all this crew is so vibrant. Yesterday, the bib draw, you know, you could feel already the tension building up, that built up to that very moment when people, when riders are in the start gate. Would you like to be in the start gate again on a day like this, or would it be too much for you?
I mean, you know, of course it would be great to be in the start gate, but it's also pretty cool to be watching from our cozy snowcat. And like, you know, all these guys, they're just all so young, Flo. They're not like us. We're a bit older. And it was a different vibe, to be honest, being at the riders meeting yesterday, seeing those young kids come from the juniors, which is something that I haven't experienced yet. You know, the juniors to me is a new, I mean, it's going for been going for many years now, but I haven't been, you know, you've got these frothing juniors that have the experience and the structure
It is
coming
awesome
into a big event like this.
It's awesome to see that the sport is so healthy, right? We have under 14, under 16, under 18 categories. We have junior Freeride World Championships. We have all those clubs like Freeride Academy Innsbruck, 31 by Max Zimmermann, Freeride Academy Innsbruck, Freeski Academy Les Arcs, the Verbier Freeride Club, etc., etc. And those kids started competing at 11 years old, some of them, and they're loving it, you know?
Yeah. 31 for Max Zimmermann, and we've got Mikkel Brandt from Denmark in the start gate. Lots of experience all the way back to 2017, so almost 10 years experience competing on the juniors, as well as number two.
And it's his first start, his first competition on the Challengers. So I don't think we've had a Danish rider on the Challengers before, so I'm super stoked to have Michael there.
Ooh, second in the qualifiers and straight into a massive cliff right from the beginning. I think he got stuck up on the takeoff there.
Yeah, he went for the double. It looked like he went into it with a tiny bit too much speed on that first landing and then shooting out into the flats, making it hard to land. Never like keeping on riding aggressively, shoot through a cheese grater area, choosing a different exit, which maybe is a smart idea, looking at how many riders did have troubles at the big backflip cliff.
Yeah, it looks like he chose a landing out of the cheese grater section that had lots of power, and he avoided those bomb hurls. A last nice power turn, but obviously he seemed, you know, took it a lot more chill after that first. I would like to see the replay from that first massive hit. I can see his bomb hole from here.
Yeah, I think it was a smart decision. He had this almost crash in that upper area, and knowing the points were gone, decided to slow down, because you kind of lose that focus. If you have a big mistake, you're not as focused anymore. You think, oh no, what happened? And then it's really hard to keep concentration up to the very end of your run. So I really like it when riders decide, okay, that's it, done that, tried that.
Yeah, so here
take it easy.
It's this double, yeah, and that is his bomb hole that I saw.
Yeah, he got backseated here, I think. Yeah,
oh yeah,
and
see
that
those
second takeoff sent him off.
Yeah.
Into a free fall, so to say.
And I would like to apologize. Yeah, he came second in the qualifiers in 2025, so he does have that experience behind him. Just coming unstuck there on that double. Gave it a really good shot. Good work, Mikkel, with a 35.67. And then we've got Leo from France waiting in that start list. In the start gate, sorry. Bib number 9, 23 years old, Leo Drouet.
Leo Drouet, who had a 5th on the Challenger Tour last year, the best result. He struggled a bit in other result, placing around 15, 16, 17. So he's eager to find that rhythm, that consistency to constantly go into the top 5, which is what you definitely need if you want to go for a qualification.
Yeah, he's
to the Freeride World Tour.
Leo started in the juniors in 2018, on to the qualifiers for a solid 4 years, and then he's been also in the Challengers for another solid 3 years. And let's go. Leo, out of the start gate from France, through into the first section, into a gnarly double that he landed with maybe a stage 1 backflip, backslap. I don't know, Flo will probably have to break that down, and really aggressively into the second section, avoiding those sticky sharks, going through the first snow flank that was hit by the first couple skiers, and going into the backflip cliff with a squirrely backflip and landing it.
It's exactly what we talked about just before, Maria. He found the trash landing. He changed the angle of takeoff. He went to rider's right, skiers left about 3 degrees, and found the fresh powder pocket, and
Yeah.
that's what he needed to land it. Very smart decision on that takeoff by the young French rider.
Smart riding from the young French skier. You could tell that all those years' experience really paid off. He was able to navigate that sharky middle section, and like Flo said, maybe he just was like, okay, I'm going to hit this at a different angle than the rest because I'd see all these. And look at him just taking that and getting so squirrely and just landing it, pulling it off, pulling that backflip cliff off with so much style. And he even put a bit of a, there he is, super stoked. And a shot back to the judges. I bet they're stoked with that run. You know what? I'm not envious of those judges. They've got 61 riders to judge today. All of them with different backgrounds, with different styles, with different experience, with different ages. They're doing a great job. And what do you think about this? What do you think about this, Flo? What do you think about Leo's run? I mean, out of all of the skiers so far, those first skiers that dropped in, they had such an amazing run, but they didn't have those lines on the run, right? On that face. And now Leo comes in with all of his experience and completely, just kills it with so much aggression in a face that's already ridden.
Well, like I said before, you do have that advantage that you can radio down to a coach who's at the finish line, gives you some advice, say, hey, take it easy, that top part, maybe the second air of the double is faster than you think, and then change that angle on that last cliff to make sure you find fresh powder. And also that takeoff on that big backflip air, it gets actually easier. As it gets skied out, it flattens out, it's more responsive, so it's easier to control a rotation taking off at a takeoff that has been hit by a couple more riders.
Yeah, I'm having a look at that.
74.33, Leadway positioning himself in 4th place for now. So there were definitely some deductions for that landing at the double, where he was compressed to the back. But that backflip down there was, I think, the cleanest we have seen today, right?
Yeah, I mean, on course, Johan Arcil, straight from Andorra, 25 years old. Whoa! Riding super aggressively from that first double in the first section and going super fast into this middle cheese grater section. Will he navigate these sticky stein as well? Yes, he will. And then he will go and do a massive backflip over that massive cliff and
into a barrel roll, into riding out as if nothing has happened.
Andorra killing it on that run. That was so fast and aggressive and full line from the start gate. I couldn't even hardly keep up with that run.
Juan Aracil with an amazing season last year already in the Challengers, showing us an incredible performance, especially the top part. He went bigger than anyone else and still had no problems landing those double airs. But I'm not sure if it is a smart idea to do that, go for that huge air at the bottom with a backflip. It's a solid 12, 30 plus meter cliff. Let's have a look at it again. Yeah, that top part was, I think, the best we've seen so far. And then with that, no, he still took a huge risk by going for this huge backflip.
To be honest,
only one rider hit so far.
I think if that bomb hole wasn't there, he could have possibly pulled that off. 16th place on the Freeride World Tour last season. Let's go, Johan. Oh.
Well, and his knee and his face definitely made contact as he displays here. I hope it's nothing back, but is it some ice or is it a towel that he puts there?
I think he's got like a tissue out. He's probably got a bloody nose. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. He landed pretty big in that bomb hole, and I do believe, like I said before, if that bomb hole wasn't there, I do believe Johan had a very, very strong chance of riding that big backy out. Like I said, he's had last year came 16th on the Freeride World Tour. He's got the experience and the accolades.
58 for Khan. Yeah, he was desperate. Just didn't make the cut last year, and he wants to be back on the World Tour. He's one of those guys who's so focused, training so hard. But obviously, if you go as big as he went today, you sometimes sacrifice a potentially good result by risking all, putting it all at stake for the last jump.
And in the start gate now we have Xavier Sherway, straight from Switzerland. He's a young gun. He's 21 years old. He's been in the game for 6 years. Let's go.
can't believe we have only 10 riders down and we've seen so much action.
Oh my gosh.
And this is the first rider now traversing a bit over to that Lucas Ride, positioning himself above the crazy area, sending a tons of slough down. These pictures are going to go around the world. Wow, beautiful entry up by Xavier, not risking too much but making it look spectacular.
Xavier Sherway, I mean, he had that pow just following him down that middle section, and now he's taking this cheese grater section. Very smart skiing, avoiding the sticky steiners, going into a backflip, and I think that was an under rotation on that backflip.
It disappeared in a big run of clouds. Looked like he landed towards the lower end of that bump hole and went into a front punch right away after landing, losing skis at the same time as well.
Damn, Xavier, but he gave us the wave. It's all good. I'm looking forward to that first clip highlight of that slough that was just following him down that rider's left flank into that really beautiful cliff into that middle snowy pow section. It sucks, Xavier. Super gutted that you didn't pull that backflip up, because that top section was just hero shot. That top section, wow, with all the slough coming down.
Yeah, most important, he's fine. After a quite solid crash at the landing of the big cliff, still looking for his second ski. Will be probably buried deep in the snow somewhere above him.
Yeah, Xavier's an interesting one, because I look at his stats and he's been in the game since 2020, has some solid years in the juniors, and then from 24 onwards he's been in the qualifiers and chance. This is the shot, the slough coming down on his rider's right.
Wow, look at this.
Beautiful. Really taking advantage of that fresh pow on the rider's left, and then unfortunately it was the bomb hole, Flo. The bomb hole. Look at that.
I think so.
Ow. Schade, Xavier, schade. Leider.
Yeah, we saw Leadway stomping that air by just changing that takeoff angle a little bit, finding fresh powder. I think that's what the riders who are coming down now really have to do. They must not follow that takeoff track which leads them to the bomb hole. They must vary that takeoff angle a little bit to find those clean landings. And I hope that the judges are radioing this up to the start. And it's interesting actually that we have so many riders seen hitting that same line. I mean, and we know it has been a winning line, but there are other winning lines on this venue as well, right?
Yes, and you know, there's always a few gun-ho creative skiers and riders that come out from the left field and show us a line that no one even saw, and I'm really looking forward to that. But I mean, to be honest, that's what Xavier did in the top section, right? He did show us a beautiful line, and he got some freshies down that rider's left-hand flank.
True, reminding us of Toby Rafford of this magic line in Baqueira just a few weeks ago. Because he went to the top, he also waved his pole, saying, yeah, I'm ready, I'm dropping in. And I'll see those pictures he created up there, they're going to be amazing.
Oh yeah, you showed that to me last night. That was pretty heroic shots there. And you've got the ski aids coming down. You didn't show it in the live stream, but the ski aid that's helping Xavier right now, they were able to ride down to help him from the rider's left second flank through the middle of the face. And yeah, so the skier's aid really had actually some good turns coming to help.
Mirage is in many ways about having fun.
Hold up the goggles.
Yeah, thanks to Raj for funding the Freeride World Tour Challenger series in 2026. We need those partners to enable us to have those great events and have some of the best showing an amazing display of performance on amazing mountains. Jakob Müller, our bib number 12, also one of the younger ones, being 21 years of age in the start gate, representing Austria.
He came number 6 in the qualifiers in 2020. Oh, he's currently number 6 in the qualifiers, which is, you know, it's not easy to get. And we're seeing him coming out of the start gate.
With a lot of speed. Holy moly, finding new entrances, not having to go in a big tranny. Perfect angle on the double. In the G-Screen, so much speed. Take it easy, buddy. People have lost their skis just riding, approaching the biggest takeoff.
Oh, no.
And unfortunately, not getting the exact angle he wanted, and his right foot touching a rock as he lands, sending him into a tumble.
Jakob Müller, are you okay? It seems like he's moving, but that was a very gnarly, unforeseen, almost like a pillow cliff right in the way, like right in the middle of his air. right in the middle of his backflip that he couldn't obviously see because he was, what do the binoculars say? I'm grabbing my binoculars and he isn't moving too much, but let's see. Let's just wait for him to get a breath of, oh,
Yeah.
he's moving.
Yeah, Jacob is moving. He did land with his right foot on the rock after like a 10 or 12 meter backflip. I think he either went a little bit too short or a little bit too far on rider's right, and I'm sure he will be in pain because that impact on that rock was brutal. But the good news is we see him moving. So, and we have two guys from our mountain rescue moving towards him already. So that's what I said. We only have 20 seconds since he crashed, and that first mountain rescue guy is with him in a couple seconds. Actually approaching him right now as we're speaking and assessing the situation.
What an operation they're running here, you know. As soon as Jacob was out, I saw the two rescue ski aids coming out from the top, approaching from the left and from the right. Let's look at Jacob's run from the beginning. That he really came straight full line, super aggressive from the right from the gate. Kind of got held up before the backflip, navigated that well, and he just could not anticipate that. That's a tough one.
So I'm not 100% sure if he was too long or too short in his backflip because he landed in a powder pocket, but then there's another rock that sticks out, and it seems like as he rode out, he hit that rock with his upper body quite hard. So I'm sure he's in pain, but I'm sure he'll be fine. And this gives us a chance to have a look at safety procedures within the Freeride World Tour competitions. Have a look at this clip with us right now.
Since the beginning of the Freeride World Tour, we haven't seen much difference in terms of safety. Always been working with mountain guides to avoid any sort of avalanche dangers and social thing. But where it really improves, it was with the materials, from back protection, beacon, shovel, probe, and every rider has to wear an avalanche airbag backpack. And we also provide those Recco devices, which will help the riders in case of an avalanche being found like a lot quicker than without. We also provide all the riders with a mandatory safety workshop. Everyone involved into the Freeride World Tour is doing the clinic. It's really important that all the crew and the riders could be involved into the research.
It's not only safety for the riders, it's also safety for the staff to make sure when they set up everything that staff are well equipped. So we decide for which zones it's mandatory to have a beacon, shovel, probe, and then following that I make sure the staff that is in the zone where we need a beacon, that they do have one.
As a team, we plan where it would be best to position our safety staff throughout the venue. So we have ski patrollers at the top of the venue, we have ski patrollers at the bottom of the venue, and we also have some placed throughout the venue where they're able to respond quickly in the event of an accident.
Yeah, obviously a Freeride World Tour event is something different than a soccer or a volleyball game, which the venue is usually always the same, not changing. We do have a Freeride World Tour Junior event in Innsbruck, which we organized this weekend, a 3-star. And also for the juniors, all these safety features are in place. It's mandatory that there's a doctor right at the start. It's mandatory to have a various amount of mountain rescue people spread out through the face, and a lot of ski tools which can help Carlos lost his key, so help is always only a few seconds away.
Great, and then I'm glad he's okay there. I've seen him moving. I wonder how Tenra Katsuno from Japan is feeling, standing up at the start gate, waiting to drop in, and also probably waiting for some updates from down below. Tenra from Japan, 25 years old. He's been in the juniors ever since 2018 for a few years. Did a very solid 4 or 5 years in the qualifiers, ending up overall 10th in the last qualifiers, and then on to the challenges where he actually ended up ranked overall 2nd in 2023, and then on to the Freeride World Tour. So we have a pretty heavy hitter coming up from Japan. Dropping in next, bib number 13.
Yeah, first of all, it's the most important. First of all, it's the most important that good care is being taken of Jakob Müller. He is such a good guy. Trains with the Stefan Häusl performance team at the Alberg, and he actually just stopped studying physics at University of Innsbruck because he loves freeriding so much and did a course to become a freeride coach, a freestyle coach, and he's a personal trainer. So all his life evolves around this sport, and it shows how much dedication all those boys and girls are giving for their sport.
Jakob Müller, hopefully he's okay, taking a little bit of a while to get him up and running and out of the face. And I'm guessing that he's no stranger to injuries here. He's been so long competing ever since, like I said before, on the juniors since 2018 on the juniors, and then challengers since 2023, ending up on the challengers, ranked overall 6th this year. And then, am I looking? Yeah, on the qualifiers, overall 6th, which is, that's hard to do. The qualifiers are heavy hitters on those qualifiers, and this is his 2nd year in the challengers. He's got the experience, and you know what? That backflip off that bottom cliff, super. It's a shame that he ended up hitting that power knuckle.
Yeah, him and his brother Jem, they are true acrobatics. If you look at their Instagram, all summer they spend somewhere in the world surfing and cliff jumping. And his brother Jem actually just finished 2nd on the Freeride Junior World Championships in Kappel 10 days ago. So drama and glory really close together. Yeah, you land a perfect run. Yeah, you make it to the podium, but a small mistake like this one obviously is can be a very big mistake on the mountains, right? As we said before, it's a freeride competition, and it's not a soccer game, so the consequences can be high if you take those high risks.
Yeah, but you know what? Even with low risk, even if you go super low risk, I have this quote that I use: low risk, high consequence. I mean, it's just the name of the game, and these riders are so experienced that they know what the name of the game is. And, we've got 26 more ski men to go through the face. And those men up there, like I said, a lot of them has come through qualifiers, a lot of them has come through the juniors, and even some are competing on the Freeride World Tour. They know how to navigate this kind of field where there's people on the face.
Yeah, and I've been in this competition scene for over 26 years now, and the amount of injuries that I experienced during competitions is actually very, very low, because the riders prepare their runs so well. They take off their landing angles, they adapt their risk line depending to snow conditions. So it is typically more during training days where you ride with your friends and you're a bit more loose, where the danger of doing something stupid or going away with an injury is higher.
Yeah, and there's a fine line, isn't there? You need to navigate the face, but also you need to push it. I mean, these guys know they need to push their boundaries. They need to, they're up against 26 other ski men, and they're all coming with fire up their bums and a lot of experience. So where is the fine line where you're pushing it?
Where's the fine line, and where's the fine line when you're training? You, Maria, had a really tough call a couple of years ago in Tillerdal where you were caught in an avalanche and you were buried. So when you tell us about that mindset you have at the Freeride when you're out there training, when it's not even a competition day, are you still always pushing yourself, or is it just relaxed when you just ride with your friends? How was it for you on that particular day?
Well, I'm a little bit different, because as soon as there's a camera out, I'm almost push myself more than I do in competition mode. I'm not sure why. It makes me more froth, because when you're in competition mode, you just want everyone to come down safe and uninjured, and try and have like a best flowy line that I would actually ride when I'm filming. But that avalanche that you're talking about 2 years ago, that was a bit of a strange scenario, like strange variables all meeting up and aligning. But like I said, I keep going back to low risk, high consequence, always.
So how does the mindset differ between you being in a start gate, between you being at the top of a line with a camera filming, or you being at the top of a run and your friends watching? Is it all the same mindset, or do the three mindsets differ?
Of course it's different, I think that third one, when top of the line with your friends watching, that's when you're a little bit more cowboy and letting things go. Because when there's a camera on, you want to make it look as though you're having the most fun as possible while riding, and if you don't get it, you have to hike up. and go do it again. It's not like in a competition where if you crash, and you're like, oh, bummed, next competition, let's go. It's like, no, I want to get the shot.
So, but you mentioned the word cowboys. It really seems that when you're out there with your friends, you're probably risking more than you are in the competition or when you film it, because you want a clean run in those two cases. And when you ride it with friends, it's more like exploring those boundaries, seeing how far you can go, finding those limits.
Yeah, and you know what? I think I can speak maybe potentially for a lot of people that agree with me. What do you think? I mean, I definitely, when there's buddies around and no cameras and epic pow, then you're just more cowboy.
I remember the days 25 years ago, we were riding without helmets, obviously, and we only had the helmets on for competitions because it was compulsory. And that alone, over the cameras rolling, and that alone was such a booster, you know, for motivation, that I thought I was putting a lot more energy and effort into the runs just wearing a helmet. Nowadays, I think luckily helmets are compulsory, and we all wear them even when we're training, and that's a very good thing.
Yeah, we both come from a generation where we had to learn how to navigate the addition of a helmet and the safety gear. And it wasn't until I started competing where I even was able to add more. You know, you've got the back protector, you've got the crash pants, you've got the helmet.
Exactly. And so for every you tuning in right now, we are in the middle of the 2026 Open Faces Challenger. And we had our bib number, what number was it actually? Bib number 12, Jake Miller. Yeah, Jake the Cat, who actually lands wherever he jumps up on his feet, doing a big backflips. And right after landing, he went by a rock that he hit with his upper body. So he seemed quite sore as he got to still stand. He was moving, but I'd say it can't be too bad whatever happened there within their rescue forces. Mountain Rescue is there taking care of him. And yeah, it will be a bit of a break before we have the next competitor in the face. And we wish all the best to Jake. To be well soon.
Exactly. 2026 Open Faces Silvretta Montafon Challenger, the first challenger of the 2026 winter season. It's been a low tide season here. Super blessed with a snowfall, dusting, let's say a little bit more than a dusting, a few days out of the competition.
And that really, it's good that you mentioned that, because we're looking over the face. We look at the spot where Jake just had his crash, and that rock that he touched, right, in a normal winter, it probably would have been covered with so much snow that it wouldn't really have mattered. But it is definitely more dangerous to be a free rider in a low tide season. Yeah,
and also a lot of these, there's some cliffs that many of the skiers are hitting. We've got the backflip cliff right in the bottom of the middle section here. And with these snow conditions, the bomb holes are serious. We've had the bomb holes huck people off their lines a few times now. So let's just see. I wonder how the competitors are feeling at the top. Are they navigating these changing snow variables? Are they changing their lines?
Well, at the riders' meeting, it was clearly stated that there could be a closure of certain zones if too many riders hit a zone, if there's just not enough snow anymore. And B, nowadays we do have the live stream. The riders have network, they have reception up at the top, so they can watch the live stream, so they can tell until like 60 seconds so before they go, until they stash their phone away, what the venue ahead of them looks like. They can adapt their runs and also their aggressiveness accordingly.
That's wild. That's so science fiction to me. It's like the integration
You're
of...
so old school, Maria.
Yeah, I mean, of course, proudly old school. But imagine, like back in the day, we had helicopters filming us. Now there are drones, and kids with all the experience from the juniors and the qualifiers coming onto this standing at the top of the line after a brief hike, looking on their phones and able to see live in action the face and how the snow variables are changing.
And we've also seen how especially the drone footage has pushed the level of competition, because beforehand it was really hard for a rider to be able, what does that face look like from the top? I can see that beautiful 10-meter cliff with the takeoff, but only from the bottom, right?
Exactly.
And we had to turn those pictures around in our head and kind of guess what it would be from top. And these guys see the drones flying down top to bottom, they have the camera angle, and then they can exactly tell, all right, this takeoff's going to like that, it's going to be fine for a 3, for a backflip, or for a straight air.
I remember that flip. I don't remember what year it was, but I think it was Nanda, finding the drone shots for the competitors' inspection and seeing the angles of the drone shots to be able to inspect the run before we competed, and I was like, wow. But with the addition of drones, I remember watching the X Games a few days ago, and a lot of the live chat commentary was like, oh, the drones are too loud. How do we get rid of the drones? So there are some negatives to it, but not a lot.
There are, but also if we, freeriding is so much about showing other people what you can do about creativity. All those riders that we see today, they're all involved in one way or another in film projects, and all those freeride films we see on our screens in movie theaters, typically in autumn, they have been so much more amazing in those last 5 to 10 years with those drones showing this rider's perspective and those shots top down, right?
Yeah, POV and drone shot is a great formula for cinematic feeling of just how we feel when we're out riding. We're able to put the viewer right into our position, which is, sometimes it's very video game like.
It is, yeah, but there's nothing like a freeride movie where we have the drone flying above a rider and see that whole landscape and slough going down the face.
Yeah, so what do we have next? I remember just before I said that Tenra Katsuno was waiting, and then I got corrected by some of the organizers saying that he wasn't in the start list. Don't know what's happening there, but we've got Japan, we've got Switzerland, we've got Sweden in the lineup. Alex Hackel from USA's waiting up there.
Oh, the next 4 riders. We have X Games medal winner, we have a junior freeride world champion, we have Austria's hot gun Simon Zwischenbrücker, we have Maxime Jablot, a former freeride world tour champion, a former kite junior world tour champion, so champion after champion. But they're all up there at the gate, and it is hard to be up there if there's a break in the competition, right? How do you stay warm up there? How do you, even more important, stay focused?
Well, I do remember you mentioning that the föhn was coming in today. Can you explain what the föhn is?
Yeah, well, we have a southerly flow pressing towards the Alps, a southerly weather flow, and that does create a dry, sometimes warm, but not at this altitude wind coming from the south. It's going to push up some high clouds also in the afternoon. So we really hope that we can get going soon so that the conditions and the visibility with the blue sky above does stay the same for all the riders eventually.
Yeah, I mean, they did say that the weather was coming in, but you know what? It's very sunny out there. There are some high scattered clouds, but to be honest, it's not, there's a very minor wind disturbance. And, I think that, to be honest, I think the competitors that are up on the hill are just having not too bad of a time. And what's coming into my speaker right now is an emergency helicopter landing just on top of above the riders.
Yeah, like we said, we're not too worried about Jake after analyzing his crash today, but we have such a great rescue chain here, so rescue forces were with him within like 35 seconds, and he will be medevaced by a helicopter. Next hospital is only a 5-minute flight away, so we're very positive that this goes a very good way for Jake.
Oh, you got to give it to them. Hey, the operation, the rescue emergency operational execution is super fast. Very, very organized and professional. This heli came up not very long. The rider's aides came to Jacob's assistance right from when he, didn't land properly, and they came in from 2 different locations. This has been a super fast operation. You got to give it to them. It's that Austrian brilliance.
Yeah, I got to give it to him. And once again, I want to mention Marcus Kogler here, who's founder of the Freeride World Tour event in Fieberbrunn. He's been doing events for almost 20 years now, so it's got to be like a couple of 100 freeride events where he has been head of safety, and he knows the mountains, he knows the safety crews, he knows the procedures, and it reflects today in a really professional rescue operation for Jake Milan.
So it looks like the heli just dropped off a doctor.
Yeah, typically procedures that we have a doctor with Jake already, but typically who's being dropped off is one part of the helicopter crew, and then the second part of the crew lands the helicopter and gets that carry, what's the thing called, the carrier thing, like the sled, the banana ready, and because it's a lot of times very hard to land a helicopter in the middle of a phase, so then attach that banana, that emergency bed on a rope of the helicopter, and then the helicopter can fly to that zone where the injured person is, and since they have one person of staff now right at the injury, that person can now load the injured person onto that bed, and the heli can fly directly down towards hospital or towards a place where they can put the person inside the helicopter.
Yeah, like I said, executing an emergency evacuation with grace and speed and professionalism. No surprises here from the Austrians, and it has been a solid like 10 minutes or so, which isn't that long, to be honest, but the competitors are waiting up on that ridge. You can see them. There is someone in the start gate ready to go. And
but you always have to be ready for this as a competitor. I remember always carrying this extra layer, another down vest or something, which is really hard being the next rider in the start gate. So you have to like take off your jacket, your bib, maybe put that down vest under your jacket and get redressed. But you have to do it because you want to stay warm, and you have to be ready when the call is on.
Yeah, and it's very important to get the timing right. I remember I would just make sure that I would be able to hike up to the start gate not too fast, because you don't want to be arriving sweaty. And depending on how many competitors there are, you don't want to be arriving if it's cold, and it's always cold on the top of a ridge. You don't want to be arriving too early.
But the mind game is brutal. I can clearly say I lost a world title because in Verbier once 10 years ago, because I was in the start gate and I was leading the world to the point. I just had to get a clean run down. But the skier ahead of me had a big crash, and they had a heli evacuation, and they sent me into the start gate 2 times saying 1 minute warning, and both times they got me back out because first the heli had to refuel and then they had to change helis. And so I was in the start gate in a total of 4 times, and the 4 times I got to ride, and my mind was just gone. And I rode down and I took a takeoff at the wrong angle, landed on a rock, stumbled. And finished second overall, not Freeride world champion. And I have to blame it on myself because my mental game was not strong enough. But the reason for it was definitely that I was up there for 20-25 minutes and called into start gate 4 times in total, and I wasn't strong enough to deal with that.
What a heavy hit on your morale when you get called to the start gate a few times.
Especially on the back to Ross, where it drops down like 55 degrees, and this is really one of the most challenging mountains you can ride as a freerider in the world.
Yeah, I don't envy that at all, because at that time we were, as the snowboard women and ski women, I think we were riding on the Looker's right-hand shoulder, and that was a lot more rider-friendly than where you guys were dropping from.
Enough, yeah.
At least we had flanks of fresh pow to ride down. So
we are hoping all the best for Jake Miller, who's getting heli evacuated from the kind of half bottom of the face after hitting a rock, following a great performance of skiing and a beautiful backflip. I hit a rock with the upper right half of the body, and rescue force weighed him very quickly, and we're waiting for evacuation to continue to competition. All the best for Jake. Let's talk about the family though. Cem, his brother, finishing second at Freeride Junior World Championships. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And they're just an amazing family. One of the families that live, breathe, eat free riding.
Yep.
And
talking about living, eating, breathing, free riding, I'm going to be, there's 26 ski men in the field. And
that means we're exactly halfway through today.
Yeah, and then 27th person to drop in is the first ski woman of the day, coming from France. Her name's Kelly Berthon, and she won the qualifiers in 2024. So straight out the gate, after the men's ski finish, we have a pretty heavy hitter coming out leading the women, Kelly Berthon from France.
Yeah, as I said, the field today is amazing. Like all those former World Tour riders and former or current junior world champions. The Challenger Series really developed to be a great thing. When it were found a couple years ago, people were a bit not sure if it was going to be the greatest thing, because you had this system with the qualifiers, and you would go directly to the World Tour, and World Tour riders would go back to the qualifiers. But the series has established itself to be that perfect middle thing between the up-and-coming riders and those pros from the Tour, and really be a filter to only let the very best move forward onto the Freeride World Tour.
It is a great way to the Challenger Series to navigate what's happening in the freeriding community right now. And what that is that out of all the winter sports, freeriding is the most fastest growing sport in the industry. So that's kind of a big deal. And I could definitely see that when the Freeride World Tour and the qualifiers just started getting really full. And it just started, you were just like, sometimes there were just 100 people in the start gate, And I remember thinking back in the day, like, how does this get navigated, in a professional way that keeps everyone's needs and potentials basically, kept. And in came the Challenger Series, which is great, and it's such a good mediatory space for Freeride World Tour riders to come in, and people who have come fresh from the juniors, and people who have come really rubbing shoulders and elbowing each other in the qualifiers series. So yeah, the Challengers is just like the perfect intermediate space for so much to happen. And that's why, Flo, that's why I'm hyped to be here. The first Challenger of the season. Like, and you could tell, like, the first 12 skiers that came down, their runs were so aggressive. 4 massive backflips straight out of the bat. It's amazing. What a winter it already has been.
Exactly. So I just come back from talking to head of safety and head of station, Ben Kamel from Fieberbrunn and Marcus Koch-Vogler, head of safety. And we get an update on the condition of Jake Miller. And as we said, he touched it rock with the right part of his body. And seems there is an injury at his right upper leg and his upper shoulder. But he's fine. He can move everything in his body. He's awake. He can talk. Yeah,
that's
definitely some injury on that right body side.
Yeah.
But nothing that can't be fixed. So
a
that
bit
really gives
banged
us a big
up.
relief. Huh?
A bit banged up for the 21-year-old. And you know what? Being 21, they heal a lot faster than we do, Flo, don't they?
They do. And at this point, I want to give a big shout out to Mona Falkner, 29-year-old skier girl from Austria, who was supposed to be here today in her first challenge season. And she also landed on a rock about 10 days ago and broke a tibia on her foot and has quite a few screws in that leg. But she'll be, she has, you know, her points are frozen. Same as Jake's points will be frozen at this very moment. So when you are back next year, hopefully stronger than ever, you can enter the competition series at that same level again.
Oh, that's great. I didn't know they froze the points. Oh, that's perfect. So he's not losing anything. He's able to come back next year. Who knows? Maybe at the end of the season. I don't know what the levels of the injuries are so far, but hopefully Jacob, he'll come back fighting strong, and worst case scenario, he comes back in the beginning of next season.
Well, any injury is a game changer in your mind, in your body, right? And we have seen a lot of people come back stronger because if you have, you know, that half year off, you got to focus on so many things. You got to listen into your body. You got to go through all those physio. You got to get stronger and build up those muscles which you lose when you're in that hospital for a couple of weeks. But in a lot of cases, people do come back stronger.
I have the experience to tell you. I snapped my leg in 3 places after an avalanche. I still have the screws. Half of my leg is just titanium rod through the inside of my bone.
You're worth a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a walking asset. I have my walking precious metals. But you know what? That time off, I had never had that much time off snowboarding. I had almost 10 months off snowboarding. And all I wanted to do was focus on healing. All I wanted to do was get back in the mountains. And I did. I came back, filmed the season. I have no idea how. And, you know, I'm stronger than ever. So, and he's 21 years old. He's got 20 years on me, so he'll be fine. Jacob will be great. Good to go.
Yeah, same here. I remember 2023, I broke both of my legs in Morocco on a film trip with Xavier Delarue and Bruno Company. I spent 2 months in the hospital, another month on lying down, a month on crutches, but 9.5 months later, I won my first competition again.
There you go.
This is what we wish you take, all those time to like listen to your body, regroup, refocus, reshape, and then come back next year. Punch you to the same face and then do better and do clean.
Do better and do clean. I wonder who is up next, because on the start list we have Tenra Katsuno, but I don't think he might. I'm not sure if he's actually dropping next. So I'm very interested to see who is that mysterious person standing in the start gate.
All right, right in front of her eyes, literally 15 meters away from our beautiful husky cat, the heli has taken off, and as I was guessing, it has a big sling at the bottom, and it's gonna lift Jake Miller out of the face. He will actually be able to watch, you see, quite in the middle of the face, below those cliffs, of the middle of your screen, I'm sorry, below those cliffs, you have the congregation of people. That's where the Jake had his crash, and the heli is taking off to fly right there and lift him up and then get him the professional care that he needs.
And I'm just looking at some of Jacob's info here. He does say at the bottom of his storytelling notes that he's a bit of a space and astrophysics fan. So he may just enjoy this heli ride.
He is, yeah. Trained by Stefan Hölzl. I've performance crew. Stefan Häusl, a former Freeride World Tour rider, also a Freeride legend to its own in Austria, and he has proven to be a champions maker. Yeah, he's coaching Justine Dufour-Lapointe, who's won the Freeride World Tour last year, and many other riders, and he just has been digging into this freeride coaching, probably more than any other freeride coach in the world, unlocking all the secret it takes to put freestyle into the game, all the mental game. And you see that his daughter is successful. His daughter Jana Häusl, a 2-time freeride junior world champion.
Oh, wow.
We can expect to see her on this qualifier Challenger Tour and maybe on the World Tour soon. Pretty much any rider that Stefan Häusl works with, you know, is on a very good way.
Well, you know, he's also been someone that's been a consistent skier competing on the Freeride World Tour for a very long time.
Very much, and he was one of the most strategic skiers. I remember him riding a Freeride World Tour event in Kappel, and he had an amazing 2/3 of the face, like totally aiming towards the podium, and he arrived at this that bottom section. He had the option of going big, going for podium win, or taking a safe and 4th, 5th place home. And you could tell within a second he decided, no, I go for the points and not for the win.
Nice.
And secured this 4th place, which ensured him to be on the World Tour again next year. So this capability to, within a run, to change tactics, that shows what a level he was as a rider. And this is also what he implements to his riders, aside from all the motoric skills.
Yeah, and you know what? That's where it comes to strategy and being able to think on the fly and changing your strategy based on the conditions and the context and the variables. And, you know, that's what we're getting here today. I mean, just in the last half hour, let's say, the sun has been blazing. The snow's changing. So let's just see if those skiers coached by Stefan will be navigating the changing variables, see what they have to say about that.
Yeah, that's another point. Not just the mental game is tough when you're in the start gate waiting for half an hour. It's also that the tracks that the skiers put into the face ahead of you, you know, they're starting to get harder, right? So when a competition lasts very long, for the higher bibs, it's not easier, because those tracks are just harder to navigate over and through, especially for the snowboarders.
Yeah, and the tracks, but also I'm thinking more about those bomb holes, you know. Those bomb holes were a little bit challenging for the skiers to navigate in the beginning of the day, at the beginning of the competition. So now they're solidifying.
Yeah.
Solidified bomb holes. Oof. How are they going to navigate that?
Well, you know, they had all the time now to rewatch those videos, talk to the coaches for a phone call, and we'll see. We'll see. Sometimes a rider is so focused on what he wants to do, you know, that even there's a certain resistance to a coach telling him you got to change something. It really has to come within, right? You have to realize what you got to do.
And that's when experience comes into play, and all those years, as I keep saying, competing in the juniors, going on to the qualifiers, making it to the challenges, even coming back from the Freeride World Tour.
Exactly. I had a lot of fun. I did my last Freeride World Tour season when I was 42, and I was competing guys who were 22, 23, so literally half my age, and they were definitely better physical conditions. But you can make up for a lot in freeride with knowledge, you know, judging that takeoff angle versus that landing angle, what does it look like for the judges, you know, how much speed do you need for the takeoff, how far is that double going to kick me out, am I going to land in the flats or still in that transition. So year after year after year, you learn. And as a young rider, you make up for this experience with a lot of passion, emotion, and physical power. But you can see at the World Tour that, you know, some riders, you know, they need to mature to get to the top of their game.
And that experience really gets pulled out of them, being able to basically let off that steam in the juniors, you know, let off that steam, build that experience so that when they do come to the challenges, they make more informed, safe decisions while being able to ride aggressively. And
totally right. I was coming up this morning in Gondola with coaches and riders from the Les Arcs Free Ski Academy, and they said they do not have any riders compete in the under 14, which is very interesting. Our philosophy at Freeride Academy Innsbruck is that we do, but at a playful level, right? We put a bunch full of kids in a car, drive for an hour and have a competition, but it's not much more than just another freeride day, right? So we go freeriding because one run is the competition run. But I also very much like their approach, just to say, no, just let them grow, you know, let them ski, and when they're 14, you're mature enough to eventually stand in the start gate, not before.
Yeah, makes sense. It makes sense. Like I said, you just wean that emotional and kind of amped teenage froth out of them before they get into the qualifiers, and it just makes for a better show.
Yeah. And then, you can look at guys like Marcus Penda and Marcus Gogan, Freeride World Junior champions that within a year from there transit to the Freeride World Tour, and at 20 years are among the best in the world. But they have, they have done the work, they've skied a lot, they've done 4 or 5 years off competition from 14 to 19, and that's what you need.
Maturity and experience at such a young age. That's the vibe that we're going for, and that's how the industry is evolving. Like I said before, when you were chatting to the safety people, Flo, I mentioned that the freeride community is the largest growing sport out of the winter sports right now, which is why the Challengers is such a beautiful kind of niche integration of just keeping up with this booming industry.
True, and I think, funny enough, the COVID pandemic was another push to that, because people realized how nice it is to be out there, away from rules, away from secured and marked slopes and ski areas. And I really like that, I like it when people are out there playing with nature, play gravity, and especially in freeriding, there's a certain filter to it, because in order to be out there safely, you have to learn rules. People know there's avalanches, there's big cliffs, there's crevasses, there's cold and wind and bad visibility. And I like that you don't meet people far away from the piste that have no idea so much, and it's great.
Yeah, that's why I always mention in anything that I film when I'm in the backcountry, I always include some kind of element of backcountry safety in there, always.
Yeah, and that's in our Freeride Academy in Innsbruck. That's what we really focus on with the 10 to 14-year-olds, to get their risk and safety management. It's not just about the gear you bring, but we learn them, for example, to deal with peer pressure, because that's one big reason for accidents and also avalanche accidents with kids. If you have a bunch of 12, 13-year-olds, they see their Freeride World Tour heroes riding in Alaska in 55 degrees slopes, and then in a group they push themselves to level, but maybe it gets too dangerous. So we make them aware of that and make sure, hey guys, you got to learn to say no, even within a group.
Yeah, I just did an avalanche refresher course with Armada, and that was like one of the big topics that we talked about, was like peer pressure and group pressure, and how different groups can change the dynamics of that pressure when you're out in the backcountry.
Yeah, and as you mature as a kid and as a freerider, you got to be able to handle that. You're not going to be able to read the avalanche forecast and so, it's level 4, I have to be careful, or level 3, it's tricky. It's a lot more to that. Like every day and every run almost, you have to make decision after decision after decision. And you make wrong decisions. Like let's look at the accident of Jake Muller today, right? So there was a wrong decision. He took either his takeoff angle was wrong, or he jumped not far enough or too far. But mistakes do happen. But you just must limit the chance of those mistakes to happen.
Yeah, I just saw in the live chat from the live stream, we have some people tuning in asking what happened. It has been a solid 10 to 15 minutes now. So just as an update, we have Jacob out of Austria coming. He started out of the start gate, super great, really full-line aggressive, big double, great landing in the middle in the top section. Super aggressive through the middle, and then just went off a bottom cliff on the looker's kind of middle left. And he, strangely enough, he hit a cliff almost like a pillow in the middle of his backflip, and that kind of hucked him. It's the right-hand side of his body. So we have a really professional and fast emergency team from Austria come in, and they've been really great. The injuries aren't. Well, you've got a better heads up on the injury situation for those live stream people that are wanting an update.
Yeah, right. So as his skis touched the snow, he was in a great landing position, but then the right side of his body touched a big rock that was covered in snow, but he basically uncovered it as he rode by it and touching it with his upper right leg and his shoulder. And there's definitely some injuries at these parts of the body, but he's fine. Other than that, he can talk, he can move all his extremities. He's been talking to rescue forces about what he feels like. And as we're speaking, he's evacuated by the helicopter from the face, which also means that he will be in hospital in a couple of minutes, and we potentially can continue with today's 2026 Open Face Silvretta Montafon Challenger very soon.
Yeah, like I said, super fast, super professional emergency evacuation team. And looking at both the start list and the Freeride World Tour live stream chat, I don't know what the ratio is, but there are a lot of people from France competing and on the live stream. It's super cool to see. I just wish that I knew French more. I mean, I do speak a few languages. French is not my strong point, but it's really great to see the French people stepping up and watching the live stream and supporting their French contingents there.
Yeah, thanks for all those comments on the live stream on YouTube. We will try to answer questions, but we have like hundreds and hundreds of comments, so it's really tough for us to follow up on this. But I hope we gave you all the information we need. So, Take Miller is flying by our window, the window of our beautiful Husky commentary cat, as we're speaking, and they'll put him down on the ground and then load him into the helicopter to have a warm and safe flight to the hospital. Jake, we wish you all the best recovery, as you said, come back stronger, and all the best also for family and friends. And it's good to hear that this injury is obviously not too severe. That's the best news of the day at this very point.
And super good vibes coming from the live stream. We've got Tobias Warner saying fast healing, all the best for him. There's a lot of support for Jacob there. He did have a great run. And we also have people tuning in from the US. But you know what? France takes the cake. You guys, all the supporters from France on the live stream. Hell yeah, awesome to see.
I actually got to write a comment right here into this chat because everyone is so nice, wishing him all the best.
Yeah, so awesome. It's that French vibe, I tell you. Really good vibe from the Frenchies. Okay, we have the helicopter back in. I think the motors are on. I wasn't actually looking, but is Jacob off the mountain, Flo? I think he is, and then we've got the ski aids still there. All right, it seems to be that the event will...
Yeah, Jacob just landed a couple of meters to the right side of our cabin, and I believe the safety crew will now collect his keys and hopefully flatten that bomb hole where Jake actually was getting ready to evacuate it, and then be ready for the next rider who definitely had a hard time up there.
I can only imagine what it's like for the next skier to be waiting in the start gate. I've been keeping my eyes on the start gate over the last 20 minutes or so, and there has been someone consistently there waiting. So we'll see how they go. I'm hoping that the morale is still high up there. They have been waiting for a while. The flags up at the top aren't flapping too hard, so I'm hoping that it's not too cold. The sun's out at least. We do have those scattered clouds slowly coming in, but not making too much of an impact. Overall, variables are still looking good for the skiers and snowboarders.
All right, well, we're definitely warmed up after talking with you for all this break, which took quite a while. I think it's been 30, 40 minutes now. Yeah. So tough call for the riders. We did see that many of the other riders from the other categories, especially the snowboarders, have stopped hiking up the mountains, so they congregated somewhere where it's a bit warmer, waiting at the lower part of the beautiful Montafon mountains to only hike up as soon as the competition does continue, which I'm sure is in a couple of minutes because the last rescue workers starting to move right now.
Yeah, we've got the ski aids slowly walking out of the venue, putting their skis on. They have made an additional massive, almost like an emergency evacuation platform right at the bottom of where Jacob fell. So we've got an added extra massive bomb hole. And yeah, I did see before some of the snowboard women riding past the snowcat. And I do see some people congregating where the riders start the ridge hike up, which doesn't look too long. But like I said before, riders are needing to be strategic with how they approach the arrival to the start gate, because after all that time off, how much time do they really need up there?
Well, you need let's say 20 minutes. You know, you arrive, you sweat from the hike, you gotta readjust your skis, everything, and you want those 10 to 15 minutes to look down the face minimum to feel comfortable.
And you also need some time on the way up to peek into the face from that side and get those side angles as well. So I'm guessing that those snowboarder women are probably riding up to start that slow and consistent hike up, not get too sweaty. And do we have any updates on who will be out of the start gate next?
Well, next rider in the start gate should be Alex Williams from Switzerland. As we're looking at the ranking of today's event so far, we have Nemo Planier in the lead with 80 points. Yeah, Lausanne Free Ski Academy represent Neo Vuillemont on second place and Michael Bimbos on third. Yeah, so 80 points to take the lead from Nemo Planier, or 75 points to be on the podium at this very moment of the competition, as we are halfway through the phase, through the riders group.
Great. So we have Alex Williams from Switzerland. He's 20 years old. He will be hopefully coming out of the start gate next.
We definitely have a guy with poles in that start gate.
Yes, we do. If it is Alex, Alex is, like I said, 20 years old, bib number 14.
And what I really like, we see about 20 riders have hiked up all the way to the top of the Zermatt-Spitze. Haven't that seen in any of the past years, because typically they don't have time for that. But
right at the top of the cross there.
But the thing is that they have a better view from the whole venue, because it's kind of convex at some places, so they all hiked up there, really huddling up like a bunch of cats cuddling together, looking down to the face.
And we also have a few people standing in the start list. Some people standing on that looker's right-hand highest, like a knoll there, on the same ridgeline as the start gate. I'm pretty sure if I was a starter up there, I would have my run dialed by now. I've had a solid 20 minutes to half an hour to figure out where I'm going, how to link up those features.
Well, ideally, you know exactly where you're going before you start your hike. Like, at least you should be able to go to bed the night before the comp and know where you're going, so you get a good sleep. And in the morning, just get those maybe tiny bits and pieces, you know, that have changed overnight, or things you didn't see on the drone footage. But you don't want to be up there and then change your line, really.
Well, like some of the riders said last night, they're going to have 2 or maybe even 3 lines just to be able to be flexible and strategize depending on the context and depending on how the snow changes and depending on whether, like there is the current situation, depending on whether there is a evacuation that needs to take place after a massive Baqueira.
That is true. So we are ready to continue competition. The phase has been cleared by the medical crew. Jake Miller is just being transferred into the helicopter right now. Helicopter standing right next to us. So we are basically ready to continue the competition if safety crew is ready and if the riders are ready.
Yeah, I love this shot that's up right now, because you've got all the Freeride crew up at that cross, probably chatting, will you take that, will you go left? And then you've got the person in the start gate with those 2 flags flapping in the wind. It's a bit of a hero shot, to be honest.
Right, let's listen into the race radio and competition radio and see what they're saying. It might be that rescue crew has to make its way up towards the top, at least to a point where they can access those areas where they might be needed. So this could be the reason for the delay. We don't have any other info right now, but I see head of safety, Markus Cox-Kohler, run over from the helicopter. So should to get some news very soon.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the final results right now. We have, coming from 6th place, we've got with 58 points, Johan Arcil. We've got Gabin Xiao, who dropped in 1st with that awesome line. He was the one who opened up that backflip cliff right at the bottom of the middle section. Super solid ride with a 70.67. And then we've got in 4th place, who dropped in 9th, Leo Drouet with a 74.33. And then in 3rd place, we've got Michael Bimbos, total very experienced skier with a 75.67. And then Noé Vuillamons with a flat 78. He dropped in 5th, and he really navigated that cheese grater section, considering that it was super sticky, as I've been saying, Steiner. And first place, Nemo Plane with an awesome 80 points, dropping in 2nd. I do believe dropping in 2nd today was a very big advantage.
Yeah, it was. All right, got information from the competition radio. The next rider will be the start gate in less than 2 minutes. Ooh. So we are ready to continue. One last big up for Jake Miller. Be well soon. And all you guys up there, give us a big show. Show us the best.
Yeah.
But show us clean runs, That's why the judging is so punishing on those bad landings, right? Because the judging is really there to make sure the riders ride safe. They don't do anything overly crazy. They should ride in a way that they can stick and stomp every landing and ride out of it clean.
Yeah, and also a big heads up to those people watching online right now to the live stream. They've been giving all their best wishes to Jacob, which is super cool to see, and also the strong contingent of viewers from France.
Hey, I think hundreds of people have sent all the best to Jake, and I hope you feel those good vibes, and they
super
help
cool
you in
to
those
see.
next hours and days.
Yeah, and there are, going back on the France comment, there are a lot of competitors today from France.
That is true.
You know, ski, snowboard men,
But
snowboard
the next
women.
one is a Swiss guy, and it's a young one. And Alex Williams, I hope you're a strong-minded person, because that was a tough one for you, being the next one in the start after such a long break. But I'm sure you are. He's part of the Gorilla group. Whoop, whoop. Give it up for the Gorillas coming from Le Javel at the bottom of the famous ski resort of Verbier, which is pretty much the breeding ground for the freeride competitive freeride scene in Europe, with the famous
Flo, who are the
Verbier
Gorilla
being
group?
the final of the freeride world tour these days.
Can you please explain what the Gorilla Group is? Is it a Freeride Academy or
The
is
Gorilla
it a
group?
crew?
Well, I call it underground freeride movement, but I suggest you just go to Verbier and look out for Gorillas, and
Here
then
he
you find
goes.
out what they're all
Alex
about.
Williams out of the start
Of
gates.
course, Alex Williams.
Super aggressive, massive cliff, super strong through the middle section. Holy, how did he get that together?
That was the fastest approach to the top section we have seen today. Wow, it doesn't seem that it did any damage, that long wait for him approaching the big backflip fifth, same as Jake Muller, but a different angle.
And
unfortunately, unclipping his ski at the landing as he, I'd say, almost overshoots the transition, turning that into a 20-meter cliff.
Alex Williams, you can tell though, you can tell that has all that experience. He's got almost, 8 years experience on the juniors. So you could just tell how he switched up his riding style. He went so aggressive off that first cliff. And he landed so smoothly. He was so aggressive through that middle section. But then when he got to that Steiner cheese grater section, he slowed it down. He was more cautious. And if he had just stuck see, look at that. That first
Jake
cliff was
Muller,
beautiful.
who only did
Super safe through that
switched
cheese
from
grater.
the juniors to the qualifiers 2 years ago. Did only one proper year, the qualifiers last year,
And look
right
at that.
through to the challenges. I just wonder if there was a tiny bit of over motivation to hug that bottom cliff with so much speed. I mean, I don't know what kind of legs you need to stomp that cliff down there.
That ski popped off so beautifully. It was like, nope, see you later. And I'm not even sure if it was a bomb hole, because I think he landed past the bomb holes. A little bit of an over rotation. He did go really big on that backflip cliff. Wow, but so solid through that first section. Oh my God. And just even right straight out of the gate before he did that massive cliff.
Oh, so we are back on track. Edwin Olsen, next to start, 27 years of age, and he was second here 4 years ago at the Open Faces at the Montafon 4-star. So he has good memories of this area. All the best, Evan Olsen, for your challenge. Also going down right from stage to the double. Minimizing airtime, maximizing speed, smart weight, blade safe. Approaching that cheese grater air also with a lot of confidence. Wow, so fast in this difficult part of the face. Getting hung up with a rock, managing though, keeping it together. Regrouping for the backflip at the bottom. See, very focused and very clean. I think it was a very smart way to hit that cliff.
Yes, Sweden, straight out from Sweden. Wow, what a run. Super calculated, very clean off that bottom cliff, which is now becoming a rarity since the last 3 riders have dropped.
And it may sound funny, but his ski got hung up on a bush or rock just like a couple of meters before the takeoff, and it took all his speed away. And maybe that was a good idea.
Oh, yeah.
Because he had to regroup for a second. We'll see it in replay.
Blessing in disguise.
And maybe that was the reason why he managed to put this cliff to the ground so nicely.
Super clean, very controlled. Look at that beautiful landing. Didn't land in a bomb hole. Yeah, like you said, he didn't go too far, so he actually landed before the bomb hole. So it was almost like a blessing in disguise, getting a little bit caught up before that hit. So we have the Swede Edvin having a chat at the bottom. I'm pretty sure he was going to be stoked on that run.
I'm pretty sure he's going to position himself on the podium for now. To me, that was definitely one of the top 3 runs of the day. It was fast, it was clean. Yeah. It can still be done a little better. You can go big at the top, you can add a 3rd feature, but so far I'm sure that's going to be a top 3 run. We'll get the score here in a moment.
Scores coming up in a moment. Here we go, straight up from Sweden in second place with 79. That was well deserved. Such strategic riding, super aggressive, very calculated. Good work. Go Sweden. Next in the start gate, Alex Hackel from US.
Alex Hackel, 8th place overall. He had a podium last year at the Overtime Challenger, 4th and 9th, so he got really close to actually make it to the Freeride World Tour. A former X Games medal winner, Alex Hackel, all the best for your challenge.
Super flowy from the start, going through that middle section with a double, almost triple cliff, super solid landing, and he's taking the pow. He's opening up this rider's right flank into a super beautiful nose, and then a solid 3 off that bottom cliff.
Yeah.
He's opened up this rider's right section. Oh, he's having fun. Alex is having fun.
Different approach, not going through the cheese grater to that almost mandatory backflip, fair, going more to the skills left and finding a beautiful and flowy line with a nice 360 and a total of 4 airs. So that's 2 airs more than most other riders took. So it'll be very interesting for the judge to see what the judges think of it. If they think, yeah, that was nice and flowy and technically high enough to match with the other runs.
Yeah, obviously his X Games experience comes through. He's having fun. He's
like
you
that
know
part.
what? Yeah.
Coming around the corner, full speed, no hesitation, right into that air. First one to hit it.
Opening up this rider's right area, going where the snow is. He was probably like, you know what? I'm dropping 16th or 15th. I'm gonna go where the power is. I'm going to do more hits than everyone else, and I'm going to make sure I'm looking like I'm having fun.
And a really well-scoped line, because there's a lot of ride in different exposures, different steepnesses. It had the freestyle game, and a big float at the bottom over actually a lot of rocks, very well scouted by Alex Hackel.
So Alex from the US, what are you going to score with that beautiful run?
Actually, 2 times X Games medalist.
Really? Well, you can tell. I mean, he's 29 years old, so he has that experience under his belt, but from a different discipline, and that always is an advantage.
Yeah. Lives in Innsbruck these days, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 72.33, 6th place for now. Yeah, so we do see the difference of a potential score for a line going through the Nar and over the biggest cliff, and for a bit more playful line. So obviously, if you go playful, you have to maybe stack in a couple more tricks even.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up 8th place last year. Let's see if he can do better on that. And we already have the next person dropping in from France, Mathis Fournier. Wow. Massive off the top section, and I think he unfortunately lost the ski.
Yeah, we have 2 or 3 riders seen this air, which is new this year. I don't think we've had it last year. It's a difficult entry into a massive transfer onto fairly short running, and the speed that you have to negotiate after landing is just unreal. And unfortunately, Matthias not being able to keep it together, keep his skis in the fall line, and losing a ski and the run out of that landing.
Oh, damn, that really sucks, because he went super solid into that air, bringing his experience. He was on the Freeride World Tour last year, ending up 15th place. He got his ski. Skis are on his feet. He's taking an easy power run down. Drones following him.
Yeah, coming down from a season of the World Tour where he finished 15th last year, so just behind that precious cut, and trying to get back to where he wants to, back to the World Tour. Not with this run, but he has another 5 chances on the Orange Challenger Series this year. So,
well,
thanks
you know
for
what?
the amazing show, and good luck for the next comp.
I'm kind of excited about the person that's dropping in next, all the way from the other side of the world.
Are you a patriot by chance?
Maybe. Hamish Henderson from New Zealand in the start gate.
The youngest competitor on the mountain today.
And the winner of the juniors.
Is in the start gate, as we see the replay of that amazing top touch by Matthias.
Look at that.
Yeah, landing a little backseat, maybe a tiny bit too much speed for the upper part. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he overshot that landing and almost landed flat, which is a bummer because, you know, with his credentials, he would have had a good run if he had just landed that. But
yeah, it's when you hit a big transfer like that, you know, you don't want to be short, obviously. You'll be landing on rocks, so speed is your friend. But the train is short, so you land, you get compressed in the transition, and it's really hard to keep it together.
It's a tricky game.
So, Hamish Henderson, youngest rider of the day in the start gate.
Woo! Let's go, NZ. Hamish, he won the juniors.
Born on 15th of June 2007. Wow. Hamish Henderson, I take my eyes off the screen and watch
Yeah,
him live.
me too. Coming
Couple
off
of
this
turns, going for the double. Wow, defying a landing on the
super
rocks.
solid, straight into a bomb hole and cartwheeling down this middle section. I'm glad he stopped there.
His skis are still on, so he keeps riding. I think that double was done a lot of times last year, but it seems so much faster this year because there's less snow, so the cliffs are actually higher.
Damn, so the prior winner of the junior of the juniors coming from New Zealand, unfortunately, maybe hitting a bomb hole, coming super aggressive from through the top section into a double and not quite sticking it. Enjoying his power run down to the finishing gate. So, what a shame, Hamish. Good from the beginning and not quite sticking it. And we've got people. We've got Campbell Ware 5238, a fan of Hamish in capital letters on the live stream. Hamish, we're all cheering for you, buddy. And there he is from New Zealand in the finishing gate. He looks okay. He's like, you know what? This is the first challenges of the winter. He's here for the winter. He's here to compete.
Well, he didn't have to qualify. He got given a wild card as the winner of the Freeride Junior World Championship. So nothing to lose. Gave it all. But he's looking at a bright future. You know, he's got to capitalize on these Freeride Junior World Championships. It's going to open a lot of doors for him. It's going to go to those qualifiers and try to make the way to the challenges.
Nice. We've got Rudy Collette in the start.
Chamonix represent one of the nicest guys there. Long black hair, Rudy Collette, super strong guy. Got really close to qualify to the World Tour also last year. So this is his start of his 2026 quest.
Taking a similar line. Taking a similar line to Hamish, but sticking it and coming.
It
yeah.
And having troubles riding out. Definitely a backslip there. Wow, but showing all that physio that he did all summer to keep those legs, make those legs strong for exactly these moments.
Yeah, he came 7th in the Challenger last year, coming off this nose. No one's come off this before. Landing solid into a second, landing solid, and a little ollie out as well. Well, let's just hope that was a great run from France. Let's see if he can beat last year's placing of 7th. What do you think, Flo?
Well, it was
with that run?
Yeah, we'll have to replay soon this, the ride out of the double, but that bottom half of the run was very clean. Not the fastest, but I think he really, took the consequences of what he saw today of all those crashes at the big backflip rock. And I think it was smart riding. And that was spectacular.
Yeah, he really navigated a little bit of a squell in the middle and came out super strong out of that double.
That was really nice, Dom. Turning this into a double, almost into a triple, hitting a small hump at the bottom as well. That was the big one. Second one a bit smaller, and then the third jump, his skis leaving it.
He looks stoked in the finish line.
Yeah. So the judge is definitely going to revise, or the video judge, that ride out of the landing of the double. He was really far back with his body. Not sure if his upper body did touch the snow or not. But yeah.
Yeah, he did come a little bit sticky when he was doing that double at the top, and he really pulled it off and landed solid. So
yeah, it looked like his ski got
testament.
stuck at the grass or something in between landings. So really great skills to be able to navigate himself out at 6-9. Yeah, so there's those 10 points or so he lost for the landing. But 8th place is a solid result for, given the fact that we've seen a lot of crashes today.
It is not able to up his last year's placing of 7th, but coming out with a solid run.
And now I get all excited because in the start gate is an Austrian, Simon Truschenbrucker, super young rider from the Ötztal Valley, and he says his only problem is he has so much powder but no friends to ride with most of the time.
Oh no.
Yeah, but you don't really see that in his riding because he's riding so strong.
Wow, coming out strong from that double and making it through that first power flank into the middle cheese grater section, but hitting it to the rider's left. So being super, navigating that cheesiness, and then a massive backflip with the stomp.
Turning that backflip and the roller below into a double combination. I think it was the furthest flight curve we've seen on that bottom backflip and one of the cleanest landings. Yeah, and he went so fast that just as he got it back together landing, he took off again, floating of another 10 meters. Amazing skills skill displayed by the young Austrian, Simon Truschenbrucker.
Yeah, Austria.
Wow.
We're high-fiving for you.
And look at the top one.
Yeah.
How compressed was he at that landing? Was it Yeah, he can.
What is that, Flo?
That's a stage 1 to 2, so he's back, stayed away from the snow.
Yeah,
so I'm very positive on his quarter, and that landing was amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. Takes more speed than everyone else, stretches arm to stop the rotation, goes further than anyone else and finds a fresh landing. That's how you do it.
That's how you do it. And you know what? He navigated that, middle cheese grater section really nicely because he came through it to the rider's left, and then he came through like more. It was just. You can tell he has the free ride experience to know, you know what, I need to go here to be able to make sure I don't get stuck up on those sticky shines.
He called me last year in autumn and said, hey Flo, I don't have any sponsors, can you like help me setting up contacts with some companies? Well, I said, put yourself in the spotlight, you know, in those competitions, and that will make life a lot easier. So he needs 78 points to challenge Guillermo at the podium. Let's see if he can do that with this run.
Well, it seems like Simon took you up on your advice, Flo. He came out with like a very solid strategy and aggressive through the middle section.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to
and
see what he gets for
he's
this.
such a complete rider for his age. You know, he's a good freestyle as well. He won the couple freestyle 2 years ago with a huge 720 in his run, so he can do all that. And that bottom cliff showed so much matureness for his age.
Exactly.
I'm really amazed.
And he's only 19 years old.
Yeah, and he's giving the judges a hard time because they're taking quite a while now to grab that input by the video judge, which is crucial, and put him in the right place.
I love this run for Simon because based on his credentials that I can see here, he's kind of coming up as an underdog, right?
Yeah, he's been a constant underdog in a way.
Yeah, I love that.
But it's also because he's like locked up in his valley, the upper end of the Sölden Valley in Obergogel, right with his buddies there, but kind of far away from those freeride hotspots that are forming throughout the Alps. So really stoked for him to show off here with a great run.
Nice. Ooh, he's giving the judges a bit of a run for their money, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's tough
the
when
podium. It's got to be close up there. It's got to be, you know, in those close to 80 points.
You've got Shiv there. She's got the thinking pose happening, and you've got the main person in the back.
How is that waiting game when you're there waiting for your score? 76,
Ooh,
76.
amazing. Go
Fourth place for Simon.
Simon.
That's going to be a keeper result for the season for sure.
Nice.
Stoked, Simon.
I just realized I was in the gondola with him this morning. He was hyped. He was also like pretty chill. He said he was really hyped. He got given this place because he's a bit of a local here. And at the start gate now, we have from the Eastern Bloc, Simeon.
I'm not sure we're allowed to say Eastern Bloc anymore, but anyway, from Bulgaria,
apologies.
An area with super passionate freeriders, and that was a very, very clean top part up to here. In the run out, maybe a transition from sun to shadow on the way to Snake's Beach that catches Simon Pavlov cold and sends him to a dead stop.
Unfortunately, Simone losing momentum in the middle section, but recovering with this floaty air off the nose and getting some power runs in. Another floaty air off the rider's right-hand side.
And a huge three at the bottom. Wow.
No one else has
making
hit
Alex
that big
Hackel
this
look
year.
old there. Yeah, they're doing better than the 2 Games X-Games medal winner with a big 3 where Alex did a straight out. Wow, that part was hot. Just too bad for that stop in the middle. Let's see what happened. It looks like he went into a tiny compression that was also in the shade, and he was covering his eyes, not being able to believe what happened there. That was so clean. Look at it. The weight centered of his skis top to bottom, and then right after that, as he's skiing out towards the right side, and here comes the turn. Unfortunately, we can't see it.
But he did lose momentum through that middle section, and then finding momentum again through the bottom of this middle section.
And I really like that bottom air. I hope we're going to see it. Floaty 360 over really long. Did you see that one? Look like someone built a kicker there, actually.
Wow, he really had to hold that out at the bottom of that air.
Yeah.
So beautiful. There's only been a few riders that have opened up that rider's right-hand side of the event face. So Simeon Pavlov, all the way from Bulgaria, 26 years old. Let's see if he can, I don't know, with that losing momentum in the top half, probably will very, very highly impact his score. But last year he was in the Challengers and he ended up 14th place.
Yeah.
And there you go. He's done better than last year. He's currently with a 59.67 in 10th place.
Wow. Without that stop, you know, he'd be right up there, as a podium contender. And the podium contender is for sure the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts because here comes a double world champion. Not only a double world champion in kitesurfing and of the Freeride World Tour, also a Mr. Double Backflips. One of the few people in the world who have ever done backflips on the Freeride World Tour. He's like someone who can only defeat himself.
All right, with so many titles under his belt already, 24 years old, massive off the top cliff, and manages to stick it with both of his skis still on and coming in hot to the middle section, riding it really nicely through the middle, not getting stuck up on those sticky steiners, coming into the backflip cliff.
Maxime.
And here we go.
Finding a new takeoff, actually taking off further to the skier's left, but still landing, it seems, either Bombos or Traverse.
Yeah.
So strong run, but not clean for Maxime Chablot.
Almost looked like he landed uphill off that bottom backflip cliff, but riding really strong. I mean, look at all these titles, only 24 years old.
Yeah, we see that landing track, and he definitely, on purpose, went off to the skier's right by a degree or two to find a fresh landing. But there is a little hump in the snow. You were totally right, saying it looked like a bit of an upper landing. Was
so solid.
Eagle-like spreading off his leg.
And then a little bit
here
squirrely.
comes the backflip. Oof.
I don't know. It's almost like he landed in a bomb hole, but he made landing in a bomb hole look just way too easy. He kind of did land uphill, and he still pulled it off.
There is a certain structure in the snow, a little hump, right?
Yeah, like a wind.
From rocks further over, it seems like the wind, blew in like snow to create this hump. And maybe I think he was aiming for it because it looked soft, but it didn't do his the steepness to landing any good.
Yeah, he did look a bit squirrely, and right before he went over that cliff, and then he pulled it together. So maybe that gave him just a little less speed.
Well, it's amazing skills that he has. He was super unlucky last year. I think he just crashed at moments he shouldn't have crashed. A bit like today, almost. But I think it's so amazing that he, as a world champion, comes back to challenges saying, "I want to go." I don't sit down on my roses.
He just took Simeon Pavlov out of 10th place with a 65, and with landing uphill off a big backflip cliff. What a legend to be having competing. First place in the pro and second place.
And the next person wants to become a legend as well. 4 more riders in Startgate. First out of this 4-pack is Douglas Nordqvist from Sweden.
Coming in pretty hot to trot. Very solid off the first double cliff, and then kind of squirreling out on the second and getting a little bit off kilter mid-air.
Yeah, that double up there is so much higher. I think you can add like 2 meters almost for each of the 2 rock parts of the double, and we've seen riders just getting ejected almost into an upside down position at the second takeoff. And that's exactly what happened to Douglas, which is untypical for him because the Swedes usually, coming from those hard-packed snow packs in Scandinavia, usually have an amazing ski technique.
Oh, that's such a shame for Douglas from Sweden, because last year he ended up in 6th position in the Challengers. So let's see. I mean...
he was totally within reach. It's the first 4 riders who do qualify for the Freeride World Tour. So being 6th, I think it was behind Paul Danton. That means you have just like, one result, that it's 1 rank or 2 short to qualify. So you get really close to that. But well, he's got to tick this one off and say, right, I can still get another 5 chances to get 3 or 4 good results. So his chances are still alive.
Yeah, with that, at least with the solid first top of his run, he can be like, okay, I'm more fired up. This is just the first challenger of the winter. Let's go.
Exactly. 2026 Open Faces Silvretta Montafon Challenger, the first out of 6 events of the Freeride World Tour Challenger by Orage in the 2026 season. Thanks to Open Faces to...
Okay, let's look at the replay. See that takeoff is rocky now.
You know what? Those last riders sloughed out all the snow, so there's no softness. And he got like kicked out.
Of course he was swirly going over that. There he is. All right, Douglas coming down, taking some fresh power runs. Hopefully not too down with that run, with that squirrely landing.
No, but he definitely looks a bit bruised. So I think that impact was brutal.
Yeah, skis back on his feet.
Well, let me continue to give a big heads up to the Open Faces organization crew. For a decade and a half, they've been organizing freeride contests all over Austria. This year supported by Orage, Scott, Mons and Vitamin Clinic. Thanks to the Löffler brothers, to Birgit, thanks to Markus Cox-Kogler and everyone involved there for organizing these events again and again every year.
Amazing.
You're doing a great job.
And I'm going to be a little bit excited about Milton in the start gate right now, 24 years old from Finland. I'm currently a Finnish resident, so let's go Finland, coming super smooth out of the start gate into that top middle section. into a very big transfer and landing in a bob hole and sticking it, let's say. I'm going to say that he's sticking it, and he's bringing back control and coming into that middle cheese section with control.
Maria calls it a stomp, his first ever challenge event. He spent 2 years on the qualifiers. Yeah, made it up. Yeah, over 2 years already. And here he goes. Here comes the big backflip.
Ooh!
Landing in a bomb hole, but still riding out of it. That was an amazing.
Right, he almost landed where
landing.
Maxime.
And does he ride without poles, or did he lose the poles at the first landing?
Oh no, I think he lost his poles.
So,
what
ladies
a
and gentlemen,
champ.
to make it clear, if you lose a ski, you have to unbuckle your snowboard. You will get a no score, but you don't have to ride with poles. You can leave your poles halfway up the face, which is maybe what he did.
Yeah.
We'll see at the replay. But we haven't seen a lot of riders finish runs like this, especially not a landing like this without poles. He does have poles up there.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have poles anymore right here. So
he left them on
those
halfway.
poles.
And then before the backflip cliff, he had already lost them. So I think he lost them in that first massive transfer that he did at the top.
So if there's any deductions for no clean riding, it'd be for the top air, because that bottom, I mean, he got compressed like a sandwich, but he rode out of it
Exactly.
no matter what. Amazing landing there on the bottom cliff.
Wow. But that top transfer was so massive. You've got one of the ski aids in the middle section now claiming Milton's poles.
Exactly. Milton Holmqvist, yeah, coming from his home Hamina in Finland.
Where is he from, Finland?
Hamina. Not sure if that is a big freeride resort.
Yeah.
So Milton, if you're not too familiar with the Finnish freeride resorts.
Well, he finished 5th in the qualifiers last year, which is an amazing position to get after competing in the qualifiers starting from the 2023. So
spending most of his season in the Gatra Valley between Nonda, Cromatane, and all those famous ski areas over there. Not riding for a freeride club. So, wow, amazing, Milton, that you made it from those far mountains of Finland all the way to the Freeride World Tour Challenges. 11th place for now with 62.67, so definitely a major deduction for the landing up there.
6.7.
And where he lost his poles. But I think the skills just to keep on riding and doing this backflip at the bottom without poles, amazing.
Nice. And then in the start gate, we've got Anthony Cott from France. We have the next 4 riders dropping, all from France. All the Frenchies on the live stream are going to be amped. Loving this French contingency.
Yeah, the
today.
last 2 riders in the men's skiing category, followed by the first 2 girls. Well, Cotto, one of the big names of the Free Ski Academy, 9 years. He's only one of the old guys of that crew, since they produce so many nice and strong riders. Going a different approach, going all the way to that Lucas left. Where is Cotto going?
Where is he going? Let's hope that he tries to up his ranking in the challenges from last year. With this first competition last year, he was in 10th place, going nice and floaty over that nose on the rider's right, into that second floater and into a third side hit, getting those power runs on the rider's right, and then into this floaty kind of step down
Yeah, but I don't know what happened there with Cotto in the start gate, because that was not the Anthony Cott run. Maybe standing up there for too long, maybe not feeling it, but I definitely believe this is not, this is not the standard Freeride World Tour Challenge run.
Yeah, here is his
Anthony
run
Cott.
again, but who knows? We were talking about strategy just before. Maybe he's coming off an injury.
This was maybe like a 50% run. So if you would do an 85% run, we would have seen some amazing moves. So Cotto, if you didn't feel it today, thanks for playing it safe.
Exactly,
Yeah, he was
strategy. He looks pretty chill.
You got to make that call and be sure when to.
Yeah, like I
pull the
said,
right
who knows why he had to tune that volume
ladies
down.
and gentlemen, we have Nemo Planius still sitting in first with 80 points. Edwin Olsen second with 79, and Noé Vuillamont on third place with 78 points. And we only have one more rider up there. So the top 3 at the podium right now are already guaranteed a podium. But the one who's up there is the 2025 Freeride World Junior champion. So after receiving the score of Anthony Cott, we'll look back up to the last man of the day in the men's skiing category.
Flo, do you think this is a strategy to put or is it all random to have the last year's champion at the end of the?
No, it's these days it's the computer who does the bib draw, so it's all by chance.
Well, I love it.
Yeah, if there's a strategy, could have been a strategy by Anthony not to do big run in order to let his friend and teammate Nemo Planier take the win. 53-3 for Cotto. And I can't wait to talk to him in the finish area to see why he rode the way he did today.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, let's look up at the start gate. This is the man, or the boy, who had me standing upright. He was the last competitor at last year's Freeride Junior World Championships. And it was dark already. The snow had gone hard, and he rode like a hero and turned into a hero by putting all the runs and all the jumps down.
19 years old.
And won the competition. Noah Pesseray
Just
with warp
straight through the
speed.
middle.
Holy shit. Going full speed into the top part of the face. No hesitation and not a finger out of place. Definitely without any control issues. Finding a new entrance into the middle part of the face. Noah Pesseray once again got me standing upright in the cat. What a huge backflip. The huge crash by Noah Pesseray. As he's overshooting most of Al's landings and sends his ski racing down the mountain. What a show by Noah once again.
Bye-bye ski. Okay, Flo was officially out of his seat for this run. If I'm pretty sure if Noah had landed that last hit, he would have definitely taken the cake on that top score of 80, at least higher than 78. What a run. Completely just hitting straight from the start gate, going through the middle, no holds back, completely full line. What a run.
Noah Pesseray knows how to electrify me. I think he knows how to electrify anyone who is watching. Wow, incredible performance. And just, we have seen a couple of clean landings on that lower cliff, and he was probably one of those who flew the furthest, thinking maybe that transition would be better, but the impact was just too hard and took one of his skis away.
Oh, wow.
A
Damn,
wild
that's such a
backflip.
shame that he didn't stomp that. Look at that. So much steez, but so wild.
But he looked
Go
like
Noah.
he had to get at it. He came into that landing in a really good position. He seemed very much in control until the moment his skis touched snow.
Be interesting to see what he said. But you know what? The Frenchies are going wild on the live stream. We've got people going, go big or go home. We've got people going, the ski is gone.
Alors,
that
merci
start was
pour tous les
crazy.
Français pour le show extraordinaire.
Oh, but you know what?
Incroyable.
Massive congratulations to the ski men. We've got Noah Willemoz in third place with 78, and then just nipping his heels, Edvin Olsen's heels with a 79, and then all the way out in front with an 80, Nemo Plan in first place.
And I do hope we get a flick flower ceremony and we see our three leaders. There's Camille of the Freeride World Tour getting it together and trying to organize flower ceremony, but it looks like organizing are really pushing for a quick event, which had a long break after the fall of Jake Muller, and I do totally understand that the next rider is already start gate and that flower ceremony might be cancelled for today, and we'll have the big prize giving at the end of the day down at the bottom of the valley.
So although the genders has changed, we still have two more Frenchies dropping in. First, we've got Kelly Berthon at the start gate. Yeah, I just said the genders are different, but the nationalities are the same.
Oh, sorry. I thought the schedule has changed.
No,
sorry,
no.
Mia. By the way, I'm super stoked to have you here. Yeah, and you're premier as a co-commentator, and you're doing great. Camille, let's give it a high five. Stoked to be here.
It's a pleasure.
Kelly, the girls' ski category has started in this year's 2026 Freeride World Tour Challenger.
She won the
at the Montafon area.
qualifiers. She won the qualifiers in 2024, so we have a strong woman starting out here on the rider's right of getting some power turns, coming back into the middle of the run, going over this floaty nose, getting some power turns in. Super flowy first start to a run.
Wow, 3 cliffs already, clean landing. That's when you see fluid riding, you know, stacking up that point score with one cliff after the other. Here's cliff number 4.
Exactly, super smooth, super
and
flowy.
Number 5. Wow, she spends more time in the air than on snow almost. She's got one hit still to go to.
And she also got some amazing power turns in, riding super aggressively at the bottom of her run into the finish line. What a great run to start the women's ski.
Exactly. First benchmark, that will be 6 airs in total, lots of power turns. And I think it's really smart. That upper part of the venue, on the start, it has been hammered by the skier, man. I don't really see a lot of fresh lines in there anymore.
Nope.
You know, so many rocks exposed, and I think it's a smart idea to now make use of other parts of the venue which still have a lot of powder and plenty of takeoff options.
And winning the qualifiers in 2024 would give her that good strategic experience to be like, you know what, I'm going to ride Lucas right. I'm going to get some flowy, consistent hits in all the way down, spend a lot of time in the air, have some amazing power turns, and just ride aggressively. And that's what I call a strategic skier.
Alors, très bien fait, Kelly. On attend le deuxième rider dans la catégorie des femmes en ski. Mila Delarue, ben bon, on attend le score de Kelly Perton. Alors, bienvenue à tous les mamans, les papas, les frères, les mères sur les écrans en France, tous les francophones. Oup, big up for France. Merci d'être ici avec nous aujourd'hui.
Nice. Go Kelly, standing there with a 67.33 to open up the women's in first place. Great run, Kelly. Let's see what's next. We've got Mila Delarue.
Mila Delarue. She stepped out of Dad's footsteps by winning her first challenge last year at the Overtown event. A truly big victory, and I think she is ready, to be a big name in the ski and freeride world, ready for the world tour.
I mean, she's been upping up her game every year. She gets better at ranking in the challenges. So let's see how she goes, coming out super strong out of the start. She's taking the middle line, Flo. You said it. You said.
Wow.
I mean, I'm excited about this run already.
Take your
let's
time,
see where
Mila.
she goes.
It's crucial to go in there slow. You don't want to be too fast. Yes, she does that.
Mila.
Full control.
Wow. So aggressive and controlled through the middle section, stomping that massive double. Mila, it is a joy to watch your run.
And here comes the left-hand three off that cliff.
No way. Oh my God, she tried a left-hand three over the nose. Didn't stick it quite so well, but you know what? Great run so far.
Bobby, she's not done yet.
She is not done yet.
Yeah.
Where is she coming?
New zone.
Navigating off this new
Another double, Mila Delarue.
Holy Mila. No, Mila gets out of control. She hit a ice block or something on her way out, and the ski's going down. The ski's going down after that incredible ski run. Holy, I'm impressed, Flo.
I can hardly believe the difficulty of line that she put on her own shoulders, and the entry was performed so well, just a bit compressed in the landing, but she did it perfectly. Just as we said, you have to go in there slowly in order not to be ejected. And then putting in the free strike in the middle and then going for that gnarly part at the bottom of the face. And I thought she had it together, but then there was this compression coming up and she could just not stay on her feet and lost the ski. But that was an amazing performance, an amazing display of what Mila is capable of.
Wow, what a woman to watch for the rest of the series. I am so impressed. Holding it together after that massive double through that crud in the top middle section and then blazing through the bottom. I think she hit a frozen snow crud or something that took her. I mean, she was going fast. Oh my gosh,
Mila Delarue, born in France, living in Verbier, and here we see the part. It was actually a ski coming off just as she went over that roller.
Damn, what a run! Oh, I'm really looking forward to. Oh, look, she got some blood coming out of her face. What a badass! No, it's not blood. It's just a red tape. Oh yeah. Oh wow. I'm really looking forward to.
Mila Delarue just not qualified for the World Tour last year, finishing the season in third place, 1 place behind the precious qualification point in her 8th or even 9th season of competing in total.
But she has done well in the challenges. So in 2024 she came overall 4th, and last year she came overall 3rd. She's getting better and better every year.
Yeah, she's won on the podium at the Freeride Junior World Championships before. So Mila, if this was not your day, we are super stoked of what you have planned and of that discipline performance. Keep going like that. We'll love to watch.
And next in the start gate we have Elizabeth Marina Espanole from Spain. She's 25 years old, coming out of the start gate. She's not new to the challenges. And here we go.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see her run because she was a bit worried that she didn't see all the takeoffs of that she was going to go for on this drone footage, but so far doesn't really show. Yeah.
Super flowy, super controlled. Very, beautiful off that rider's right hand nose. Getting some great. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, Elizabeth. A backflip off that 4th hit.
Elizabeth Marina with also an amazing run, super fluid, super fast, and on the 4th cliff going for the backflip, unfortunately under-rotating a little bit, and then loses skis at the bottom. But 3 girls down, and they're all putting up a show that we really like.
Exactly. I mean, you've got Elizabeth Marina from Spain losing a ski, doing a backflip off her 4th hit, on an already smooth, flowy, aggressive line. Look at her, just super floaty, knees tucked up, a little bit. Knees in towards the head, but landing and stomping that landing. Beautiful. And then coming in flowy into this backflip. And just didn't get it together. You got that classic
I really liked the way she laid it out, you
Yeah.
know, like expecting a longer flight curve.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, realizing then as she was upside down that she was not flying as far and as high as the was
schade.
thinking, having a hard time putting those, not managing to put the skis beneath her to
That sucks,
land it.
Elizabeth. But the level of the women here today already, you know, you've got the third women dropping in, and they're all killing it.
We saw a super
Killing
fluid
it.
line, we saw a true big mountain line, and we saw a big backflip approach. So
Yeah.
keep it going like that.
A lot of freestyle action, and they're also being very strategic with their runs. That, you know, I don't know, strategic Mila de la Rue with that massive double off. That would be more strategy for being badass.
And, you know, for her, it's also almost like a warm-up because she is qualified for the FIS Freeride World Championships in Andorra in a couple of days, actually. So she's
This is
super
just a
proud
warm-up
to
run for her.
represent her country there at this new event, which is only founded this year. And no time to talk anymore about Elizabeth because we have an Austrian in the start gate.
Woohoo! Austrian Ulla Gilot from in the start gate, coming out hot. She's was finished 11th overall in the Challengers last year, and she's already done 2 years in the Challenger series, coming off nice.
And she fell doing the double underneath the start gate last year, and she really wanted to do it again. I said, Ulla, if you're sure you want to do it after like 25 men, go ahead, but maybe it's smarter today to go for a line that's a bit easier. And I think that's what he does, and that's maybe where she can express her skiing the best today.
Yeah, she's going over this floaty nose, just like other ski women have gone, but she's putting her hits together really flowy and
Preparing for the
beautifully.
3,
And
here it goes. Oh, unfortunately, did she lose the ski at the takeoff? Going for the left and 3, and it looked like her skis got stuck at the takeoff, and she started
I wonder what's happening with that
rotating without.
with that hit, because she is now the second consecutive skier to lose a ski off that hit. I'm guessing that they're seeing it as a good potential to get some freestyle tricks in, but it hasn't.
It seems to me like it would work better for a 3, the way Ulla approached it, because for a backflip, it might just not be
a little bit
tall enough and not have enough kick.
Yeah. But that's a shame because she was having a super fluid run and stomping everything nicely.
So while Ulla is retrieving her skis or being brought her skis by one of her great ski dudes, just want to focus one more time on that FIS Freeride World Championship. So it's a new event aside from the Freeride World Tour, which is a 6-event tour. We do have one single event called the FIS Freeride World Championships held in Andorra in a couple of days. And we'll see a couple of those riders who we have here today at that event.
So this is a nice warm-up for those riders, and we see Ulla here on her runs and then just kind of getting stuck up on that takeoff and not being able to pull it together and losing a ski. Super sorry,
when you do
Ulla.
a takeoff as a free rider on the takeoff lift, you kind of have to, you know, get your skis in the air almost before you come to the end of the takeoff a lot of times, right? To be really free of any obstacles, and then your axis must stay the same throughout the rotation. And her axis was off, she had leaned forward and just couldn't stomp that landing.
Here we go in the start gate from France, another Frenchie, Léa Chapuis. She is not a stranger to the Challengers. Well, she was just competing last year in the Challengers, ending up 15th overall, but she is also ended up qualifying 3rd overall last year in the qualifiers, so she is a champ.
And her ski technique is amazing. She was an Alpine racer for many years, stopped the racing career because she didn't like the scene anymore, switched over to freeriding, and also got her degrees as a ski instructor, which is really hard to get in France. So skiing technique definitely a big advantage for her in today's Manchspitze North Face.
It always makes for some great viewing when the skiers have like that deep technical background and then can charge it on a face like we have today at Silvretta Montafon for this first Challenger series of the winter. Here she is.
Got a master's degree in business administration as well. Just like you. You're an architect, right?
I have a master's in architecture, correct.
Right.
Here she is, out of the gate, Léa Chapuis, 28 years, going to the rider's right, getting some power and hitting that first floaty side hit nicely, already looking like she's having fun. Look at this nice turn.
Full speed, using all that ski technique that she has from her Alpine racing career and her ski instructing.
Wow, getting into the power.
So fast.
Ooh, new one here. A new hit on the rider's right, and here we go.
Mila de la Rue's attacks for the bottom part.
Here we go.
Can she keep it together? But Mila de la Rue couldn't succeed at the run out. Looking good so
Beautiful.
far. Defying the compression.
Oh, yes, Leah.
Making it look easy. Leah
Love
Chapuis
it.
was a strong performance
Wow.
today.
Super flowy, super controlled. Great run. It was a pleasure to see that run.
And I like that when a rider, uses the strength he has, being the freestyle skill for a former freestyler or that racing skill
Yeah.
for a former racer, because that she blasted down that face.
Yeah, that last turn out of this top section after this little drop that she does here, she has a
Yeah.
couple turns and then she did that big arcing, like super aggressive turn and then super fast into her next drop. And then this last drop, she
Played it
completely
very smart,
so
staying
super
a
solid.
little bit further over to the Lucas right, thus making that last drop a bit smaller.
Yeah.
And here we can see the compression that proved fatal for Mila Delarue, and she was able to ride over it because she was not as fast. She
And
was
I think-
super smart line choice as well.
Yeah, super smart line choice. And also she rode, I think maybe over or just by the emergency evacuation platform. She rode out of that super solid. I'm really excited to see how she comes here.
She just did. So 6-7, the score to beat by Kelly Patton, who's currently in the lead.
What do you think?
Well, that's the only one to battle because she's the 5th skier and 3 lost the ski. So we only have Kelly Patton right now sitting right up there in first place with 6-7.
Oh, here we go.
70 points.
70.33. First place. Frenchies. Go France. I can't even imagine what the Frenchies are saying in the comments here. Oh, you have your, Leah, you have your supporters cheering you on from here live. And then, before we even start chatting, we have Eva out of the start gate from Switzerland, 27 years old, into this middle section. Only person to go in here was Mila, and she's super controlled. And look at this, stomped.
Wow, showing all her experience by minimizing the speed and thus the chance to be compressed at the bottom, which proved fatal for many of the skier boys.
Going off this floaty nose, just like many of the other skiers, but holding it together really well. A couple of the skiers fell on this. And going over this last fresh pow nose.
Finding a different entry than
Yeah.
Mila Delarue coming from the side, but maximizing the jump time on the last one. Another different approach, also very smart, and I think a very complete ride by Eva Battler.
Wow, what a run. Super controlled. Not even over yet because she's getting some beautiful turns going into the finish gate.
Well, that's going to be a tough cookie for the judges because you have basically seen 3 fairly similar runs. Maybe the ones of Leah Chapuis and Eva Battler sticking out for that more difficult lower part.
Yeah, it seems as though consistency is Eva's strong point, and as it goes, this is what's helped her in this run because I am looking at the results here. Let's look at the playback. Look at this. Solid entry, super controlled.
I think that should be enough for the lead right now because she went into the NAR at the top and at the bottom and had found some airtime in the middle. So to me, the most complete run of the skier girls of the day for sure.
Yeah, and you're looking back at her results. Consistency is her strong point. And as we are shown here right now, I'm looking at a 78 points in first place. Let's go, Eva. Let's go, Switzerland.
Let's go, Eva. We are stoked to see the girls perform so well today on the Zermattspitze. And it's going to continue, I'm sure, with Vilde Fieberbrunn.
Straight from Norway. And you know what? This is another strong contestant. She came second in the qualifiers last year. So it's not over yet. I tell you what, coming straight out of the gate, straight into this middle section flow. Oh my gosh. These ladies.
Vilde, her first run ever on the Freeride World Tour Challenger, going right into the NAR.
Right into the NAR. Taking her time.
Sliding down a bit further than she wanted to, I believe, but still having enough speed now for her exit. Well negotiated. There'll be just a little deduction for 3 or 4 points, I believe, for the stop there.
Yeah,
but staying
pulling it
clean
off.
is the most important.
Pulling it off nicely, going in there very, very cautiously and coming out strong, going over this second, third hit.
That
floaty.
was very smart. She changed her angle in the air, just finding a different landing than the other riders, which was deeper and less compression. So super smart line scoping by Vilde.
Nice little hit at the end here. She's had many hits in her run, and I'm pretty sure she's going to go over this floaty with some classic Norwegian stees.
All right. Vilde Solbakken, film rider. Probably one of the few riders who actually admits that she is listening to music as she's riding a competition.
Does she now? Well, you can kind of tell. She looked like she ran down there, skied down that run with flow and control, especially getting minorly stuck up at the top there. But that top bit is super gnarly, so it's almost quite safe and strategic the way she pulled that top bit off, and stomped everything.
Wow, yeah, she slid down a little bit too far than she wanted to at the top, but still managed to push over a few meters and then find that exit. And the rest of the run was flawless. I really like that. It's so smart to redirect in the air. It's those tiny little bits where you see if riders are actually comfortable, you know, or at the limit. And she was definitely comfortable with her music going.
Yeah, and you could tell right at the bottom, she was like, you know what, I'm happy with my run. I'm going to charge all the way down to the finish gate.
Well, you know,
what is your ranking?
It's the first run at the Freeride World Tour Challenger event, so that's, you know, it's nice to finish that one on your feet and with both skis on your feet.
All right, Vilda. Will you get a score over 67.33 to get you in the podium?
57.33, that's fourth place for Freeride right now, but it will still be a solid result, I'm sure, because we have quite a few girls losing a ski and getting a no score, and therefore it's a valuable result no matter what.
Yeah, good work. Just missing out on that podium, but with a solid line. Probably missed some points at the top there, but now we have another Frenchie, Mia McNabb, coming into the rider's right, coming off this floaty side hit that many of the other skiers has hit, with some style and grace and confidence and aggression.
Coming from Bourg-Saint-Maurice in France, but calling Chamonix her home base. Some of the biggest mountains, actually the biggest mountains in all of Europe, with Mont Blanc throning over all of them, with amazing freeride areas like the Grand Monté.
And she does have a lot of experience in these challenges, coming third overall in 2024 and coming into this last section, the double. How will she hit it? She's taking it as a double, coming out strong, straight lining to the finish gate. Great work, Mia from France, 23 years old. I think she's going to be stoked with that first competition of the season. Keeping your skis on your feet, super flowy, super aggressive. Good work. Calculated too. The way that she handled that bottom bit, that first floaty was so steezy. And then the second floaty, she was able to manage those bomb holes nicely and land on the skier's left of the bomb holes.
I really like the way she approached those two airs at the bottom, at the middle, as well as this last one, like really floaty with no hesitation. It's a body language sometimes, right? Sometimes you see riders approaching a cliff, we can tell they're not too sure, you know, about the speed and about the size of the cliff, but she seemed very comfortable.
She's stoked. She's looking stoked at that finishing gate there. Mia McNabb from France. Will she score higher than a 67.33 to get on the podium? Beating Kelly Berthon. And it looks like she... It's super difficult because I do have eyes on the results.
Always wait. Don't tell me
Okay. I'm getting advice from Flo to chill the beans. It's so exciting watching these women. Here we go. 75 points. She does get into second place. Mia, you earned that second place with that solid run. Mia McNabb, second place with a 75. We still have Eva Bartolo in first place with a 78. And now we have Switzerland, the consistent. She's a champ in this.
Elisabeth Garrison, one of the most experienced riders in women's skiing for sure, in freeriding. Yeah, she has won it all, and she's coming back to the challenges to compete. I think that's awesome.
Right, and I mean, if you just look at her stats on the Freeride World Tour, consistency is key.
Yeah, she is a former Freeride World Champion of the finals in Verbier, and goes through the most gnarly part of the face.
Exactly,
showing that she's no stranger to 50-degree slopes. Well. Verbier is where she rides back to Rossi, what she sees every day. And as he approaches an untouched section with a big mandatory air, it goes right over it. Huge air with huge speed by Elisabeth Garrison, sending her full speed into the lower part. Can she keep it together? Yes, she can. And she's not even finished yet, it seems.
Oh my God, Elizabeth opening up the rider's left-hand face for the ski women and not disappointing. A massive air from the top. and a massive second air. Some crazy. She rode that right skier's left-hand snow flank like I said I would. Not like her though. And coming into the start gate, stoked.
Wow.
Elizabeth showing what consistency is.
So showing all this experience. Incredible performance by Elizabeth Baqueira. Let's watch it again. She goes right to the Nor, has to change her approach angle, stays on her feet, yeah.
Stomping
Clean
it.
landing. Wow, look, it's so steep up there, and then the transition is so short. She had to go left right away, and here no hesitation, pre-pops, yeah, solid 10 mid-air, a little compressed, maybe a stage 1.5 landing, but she can be proud of that run, and the judge is going to compare that to the run of Eva Batula, who sits in the lead with 78 points.
And Mia McNabb with second, who just got a 75. With that run, oh my lord.
Can she scratch on that 80-point limit and take the lead away from Eva Batula?
There was freshies, there were massive stomped cliffs, there was some technical bits, and there was some fresh power turns. What is she going to get with that? Who knows? I'm hoping, I don't know, definitely podium's finish. I'm putting it out there. Podium finish.
She is the 2021 Freeride World Tour champion.
Exactly.
Can she be a 2026 Freeride World Challenger champion here in Montafon?
The judges have their heads down.
I
She's
so
not
don't want to
making-
be a judge.
Oh, I don't envy those judges at all. Especially, you know.
I do work at technical
Here we go,
delegates,
here we
and I do
go.
judge, but like today, we're going
Numbers
to
are up.
86-7. Justin now makes the
6-7.
lead by 2 2/3 of a point from
The Swissy in
Eva
first
Batula.
place.
Wow.
Go, Elizabeth. Oh, and it's just heating up because in the start gate we have an Australian, Zana Farrell.
The last 3 girls up there, and Sana, she is an amazing person. She is a lawyer for 6 months of the year, earning the money to come to Europe then from Australia and spend that money for 6 months of skiing. And she has shown the last one of the year that she's capable of winning a challenge event every year. And she's so strong. She's looking back at a football career. So there's nothing can throws her off balance easily.
Yeah, no, she's coming through strong in that middle and top section and showing why she got 3rd overall in the qualifiers in 2024. Nice.
Wow, look at this turn.
Nice hack turn through that chute, flank chute, and going, ooh,
Air number 3.
being early
forward
squirrely,
was.
but holding it together. Super solid, getting some turns to get her into this last section of the face. And popping a little floaty ollie, floaty
Bonus
double
air at the
ollie.
bottom. Yeah, triple ollie.
Floaty triple ollie. Solid run. Solid run from the Aussie.
Making up for many months far away from the European snow and putting a lot of power turns and a lot of air time in one run.
Yeah, good on her. I mean, last year she ended up 6th overall on the challenges, beating the previous years of 9th overall.
Yeah.
You know, and like I said, 2024, 3rd on the qualifiers. Go Australia.
Go Australia. Not sure if this was enough of a...
Yeah. That was a big air. Big air in the middle there. And like I said, so many styling little floaters.
Enough of performance to push any of the 3 podium girls, Elizabeth Garrison, Eva Batula and Mia McNabb, away from those precious top 3. But it's definitely close. Somewhere up there.
Will it be a 75 or better? That's the question. We shall see.
Exactly.
And coming up next while we wait for these points
she needs
is
68 to go into the top 5 at this point.
Okay, 68. How will it go for the Aussie in the first Challenger Series of the
Waving
winter?
hello to the family on the other side of the planet.
Exactly. They're all up. They're all up watching, that's for sure.
So what was it? If you drill a hole like here in Austria into the
Yeah.
ground, you arrive in New Zealand or in Australia?
Maybe in between those
In
two.
between those two.
It doesn't matter. You're down there. You're all the way down there.
All the way down there.
And as we're waiting for
So, ladies and
Zana's...
gentlemen, if you need a good lawyer and a good skier at the same
Exactly.
time, give Zana Farrell a call. She'll be able to help you out with both as we are waiting for her score in this first challenger of the season.
Yeah, after a floaty, solid, smooth run down. Great way to start the Winter Challenger Series off for the Aussie. And you know what? The next competitor at the start gate flow is we were in the gondola with her from out of Spain, Maria. But
Right.
here we go. What? 68.67?
6'7" for Zana Farrell, putting her in 5th place right now.
Nice.
Really
You called
tight.
it, Flo.
Yeah, we have 3 riders here within 3 points. 5th, 4th, 5th, and 6th place. Maria Castelvi Bono.
All the way from Spain.
Yeah, we wanted to chat with her and go, no, but she said, sorry guys, I'm in the zone. She was listening to her music.
Yeah, she did give us some few
because
words.
she is going right into the Nar at full speed. Maria, what a crazy approach to that top part of the face.
Losing momentum, losing control.
But getting up
luckily,
within
yeah.
a split of a second, continuing so focused on her run today.
Wow, Maria.
You could tell by her body language that she was up for something special the moment she left the start gate. And
Yeah.
it's really interesting. Like, she was down, but she got up like as if nothing had ever happened.
Exactly. She carried on the momentum from the crash, and now she's going into the double in the bottom with so much confidence. Good to go, Maria. Good to go.
Wow, definitely a big hiccup in the run, but that's a promise by her for the next Freeride World Challenger competition. That I'm here, I'm strong, and I'm going to go for it all.
Yeah, and she's hyped. She's like, this is the first competition. I'm giving it all my go.
Wow, that's definitely going to make the highlight reel. Super strong performance up there by
But
Maria
you know what?
Castelbone. I think that was faster than any of the boys on this Lucas left double exit.
I'm glad that
Let's
middle...
have a look at that replay.
Yeah. I'm
So
glad
said,
that
I'm
this...
going 1, 2, warp speed. Look at this air. And unfortunately hitting a little hump and it's getting sidetracked, going for a side wheel as Keith.
I'm
Fortunately,
glad
in this case, stay on her feet and she can keep riding and she will get a score as well.
But look at her pulling off this double with so much aggression. Good on her. You know what? This angle makes it look so great to see the difficulty of the landings there and how well she pulled that off. I'm glad that that middle flank of snow at the top there is there, because with that landing that she had, she was able to pick up the momentum and keep going.
That bottom part was so impressive because quite a few of the girls that rode around the top feature and made like 1.5 airs, but she came in over the top from that big one, and that was really difficult.
And there she is in 8th place with a 51.33.
Yeah, obviously losing those precious 20 points for the full crash. Out of it had been
but what a run.
this run, and she would be have been right up there at the podium.
What
All
a
right,
run.
we're getting towards the end of the women's skiing category. Actually, we have one more girl in the start gate, and then it's a wrap.
Sweden, Ellie Olsen from Sweden, 27 years old, in the start gate. And she is also not a stranger to the challenges. 3 years in a row now. Last year, finishing up 9th overall.
So, Ellie, you need 75 points for the podium, or
Will
80 plus
she get
if you
it?
want
Let's
to go
go.
for gold.
Let's go. Ellie Olsen coming into that classic right-hand side floater for the ski women.
Nice top air, high speed, super G turn towards the next feature. There we go.
Executing the second feature super well, super confidently, coming into the third feature with stees and landing that third feature really nicely. You know, the drone shots show how kind of squirrely that landing is, and then going into the fourth feature super well, super flowy. Getting some power turns in the bottom of her run and leading her into the bottom stage of the run. There's a step down that people have been ollieing over. And then there's this like 1, 2, 3 ollie feature. I like to call it ollieing. I'm not sure what the skiers call it, me as a snowboarder, but
so
you know.
very similar run, if not identical to the one of Senna Farrell. Now the judges are going to compare these two runs. That's actually the great thing about freeride judging, right?
Yeah.
So you have to come up with a score, but it's much more important to compare that potential score to the scores of the riders that did ride a similar run.
Okay. Well, like I said before, I don't envy the judges with their scoring.
Well, yeah, the judges have all the riders listed right below each other, so you can compare visually the score of the riders from the first to the last one. You just go up and down your sheet and you see the scores of the others. And especially as an event moves on and more riders come, it becomes more and more important to compare the potential score of the actual rider to the ones you gave other riders before.
Well, Ellie's showing her run before with the highlights. Super flowy, super solid. Skis in control. She looked like she was having a very, very, very good time, and also even had some power in there. Is it enough to get her into 5th? With a 69?
I don't see a threat for the big three, but 5th place, 69 points straight for Ellie Olsen. So the judges were very quick and sure about that. Ladies and gentlemen, that means we have a podium.
We do. We have a podium.
2026 Open Faces Silvretta Montafon Challenger, first Challenger of the season. by our partner Raj. Elisabeth Garrison taking lead for Switzerland for Swiss double victory ahead of Eva Batula. Third place going to France by Mia McNabb. That's your top 3. And thanks all the girls for a great show.
Good work,
and if there's
ladies.
a couple of nose calls, it doesn't mean they didn't ride well. No, all those girls who didn't score today, it was because they charged big time.
Exactly, Maria with those awesome runs, and then we had Mila De La Rue. We had there were so many amazing runs with the ski women who weren't able to pull it together.
We gotta excuse ourselves for not being able to give you a flower ceremony in between the categories because after Jake Miller landing on a rock today, having to be medical evacuated with fortunately not severe injuries, but still he had a big break in the comp, so we're gonna rush because we have some flat line coming in the afternoon. So that's why Florian Hanschel from Austria is already through the start gate. One of the most interesting characters on the World Tour, on the Challenger Tour, I'm sorry, because he also runs a big business company and is a former German freestyle champion.
Freestyle coming into the run, taking that rider's right-hand floater.
And he has these amazing skills, but also he doesn't have as much time as he wishes to ride. Yeah, he became a father. His girlfriend gave birth to a baby half a year ago, and he has to run the company. So he says, I just can't ride every day. But he still has all those skills from 25 years of snowboarding.
Such is life, and he's taking this rider's right-hand side of the face, kind of taking a similar line to what the ski ladies did.
Yeah.
Lots of hits, taking that step down, grabbing mute, and riding out, getting those. He even got some power turns and riding into the finishing gate.
36 years old is Florian Hanschel, and he has one goal in his life. He wants to be participating in the next Olympics. We really hope it's going to be part of the Olympics in 2030.
Yeah.
So he'd be like same age as I was when I did my last season on the World Tour 42. So Flo, that's a great goal, and with runs like this, you might as well achieve it.
Nice, super floaty run. Getting some power turns in, grabbing mute at the bottom, and penguining into the finish gate. Good work, Florian from Germany.
So if those are wondering, you don't typically you have to enter the finish area on your snowboard, but the judging line has to be defined a bit higher up to speed up the competition. So if you have to unbuckle at that part of the face, it doesn't mean you get a no score because you have passed the judging line.
So let's see how the first run of the day comes up with a 64.67 in first place.
That's
Florian.
the first benchmark before we go back up to start for the first French rider. Well, the start gate is empty, so looks like Maceo Perasson is still on his way to move to the start gate and get ready.
And since we have time, Maceo is an interesting rider because he finished third place overall in the qualifiers in 2025. He's got some few years experience in the qualifiers,
and if you look at his results there, it's really amazing. In 2023 he finished 60th on the qualifier ranking. The year after he was 30th, and last year he was 3rd. So it took those 3 years for him to get comfortable, step it up by 30 ranks every year.
That escalated
and now he's
quickly.
qualified for the challenges.
Yeah, he's 22 years old, and top 3 results was a first place in the 3-star qualifier in teens. He did really well in Fieberbrunn, in the juniors, and in Châtel, the Châtel Freeride comp.
And let's give it up for one person who was at the challenge last year. He's not here with us anymore. Elliot Dancer, one of the top snowboarders who unfortunately died late in the season last year, and an avalanche just swept him down the east face of the famous Eiger mountain. And it was a heartbreaking moment in news for all the riders in the challenges, because Elliot was really a big part of the crew, a rider with a big heart, holding up the snowboard passion for freeride in big time. So we'll think about you, Elliot, and unfortunately at the same time, let's think about Uli Kestenholz, one of the best snowboarders and freeriders of all time, from Olympic medalist to Freeride World Tour contender, who also died in an avalanche 10 days ago in Switzerland. So 2 big losses for the freeride community. And Maceo said he is riding for Elliot today, and he'll be in the start gate in memory of his good friend.
Ride in peace.
And let's put a warning out there, guys. It's been a low tide winter in the Alps, and there was so many people, that had problems, so many accidents 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago when it snowed for the first time after a stretch of a couple of weeks of sunshine. It seems like we'll have that again along stretch of sunshine, and then snow coming again. When that's happening, just chill out, you know, take it easy, read the avalanche forecast. Yeah, just on those first big days, stick to the not so steep slopes. Avalanches are, to me, the biggest threat, being a free rider, and it's so much better to say no once than to be in trouble for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and just because it's low tide doesn't mean it's completely safe. There is now this persistent weak layer all the way down at the bottom.
It's actually the other way around. The reason why in Alaska or Canada you can ride 50-degree powder snow is because they have 5-6 meters of snow on those mountains. And that small temperature gradient from surface to bottom means there's hardly any sugar snow at the bottom. But here we have a very thin snow in the Alps. That means it's all sugar, and then fresh snow on top means you have powder on a roller bearing. And that's what has caused all those avalanche accidents in the last weeks.
Yeah, and with these weather patterns, instead of the cold weather temperatures following a snowstorm, we have warmer temperatures following a snowstorm, which is a recipe for, that formula is just a recipe for those tricky persistent weak layers that just don't go away.
Exactly.
When they're
No,
that
it won't
far
go
down.
away, yeah. And even now, if you have next snowfall, those weak layers, they will stay probably till the end of the season. So we just got to be aware that it's more risky in a low tide year, avalanche-wise, than it is in a year where we have tons of snow and meters of snow stacked up.
Like I always say, low risk, high consequence.
Yep.
Doesn't matter how low risk you make it, it's always high consequence. So look at this, look at these shots from the start. I mean, you know, when you look at it from down below, it looks gnarly, but when you've got that drone shot from the top, you've got those flags flapping and those hero shot mountains in the back. They really are heroes.
Heroes. Back to Maceo, 23 years old from Chamonix. Yeah, rides for Recco snowboard team, a vice junior world champion 4 years ago, and dropping in at his first ever Challenger event. I hope he's not stressed out, because he was definitely not ready for his start. Had to rush up to the start. See, he's buckling up his backpack, his snowboard, almost going out the start gate backwards. And there he is, Maceo
Peresson
from Chamonix.
Riding straight off the start gate into the middle gnarliness.
What is he up to?
This either looks like a massive double or a triple.
As a snowboarder, this is a crazy move. This is a super crazy move.
Getting stuck up in the middle there, getting back up onto his feet, and then stomping that second drop.
I was almost happy he had a little bit sit down there, because if he had gone straight right away, this would have been ridiculously fast.
Yeah, going into the cheese grater section on a snowboard is some gnarly business, and he seems to be navigating that with confidence. Obviously, his experience in the last 3 years of competing challenges given him some nice structural props, and he's taking this backflip cliff.
As a snowboarder, which is much harder, obviously, since you have a much harder time to land those big cliffs.
And I think that was almost like a forward roll in the landing with a nice ollie at the end, coming in super fast to the finish gate.
Definitely a front roll. You can't give enough credits for going over this big cliff. As a snowboarder, basically you're landing on 1.5 feet, right? If you land dead center on both feet, you're going to roll over like he did now. So you have to lean a little bit backwards. That means you don't have the same power as a skier, who can always land on both of his feet.
Yeah, so overall run, he got a bit squirreled up in the top there, and then, but overall, see, look at this. But he pulled up well afterwards and landed that second drop solid. And then into this last drop in the bottom, but just too far over on his nose.
I think given the conditions, the size of cliffs, he maybe, you know, gave himself a bit too much of a challenge almost, like, you know, choosing a little bit less demanding action day might have enabled him to perform a cleaner run, but I really like it that he went big.
Yeah, good on him. Go Matteo. And with a 43.00, that's going to take him into second place. Not enough to beat Florian, but, you know, this is just the first two snowboarders out of many more to come. Go France.
Right, we're going back up to Start Gate to have our first Spanish snowboarder, Paul Sabido Juve. Maybe gives me a chance to say hello to some Spanish folk. Bienvenidos a toda la gente en España.
Hola.
Bienvenidos a la competición en Austria hoy. Buena suerte a Paul. I love it. We got so many more riders from Spain and Andorra, you know, pushing in the Baqueira, Beret Freeride Club.
It's the same thing's happening in the freestyle scene too.
Is it?
You go riding in the park and there's so many Spanish crew, and it's really cool because they have a very electrifying energy.
I went to a comp in Baqueira last year with my daughter in April, and the whole vibe there in the resort, in that freeride crew, is amazing. It's like really, chill out, you know.
Oh, here he goes, already on. Massive drop right from the top.
Sorry guys for talking it away.
Great. Paul Sabido,
Wow, the
going into
snowboarders-
the cheese grater
the snowboarders
section.
going for it. It's only the third snowboard on the mountain. There's two of them going into the Nar and showing us big drops.
Yeah, I feel like as a goofy footer, going into the cheese grater is almost looks a little bit better. But
It's really important to keep changing that edge. You don't want to slide down too much in backside. Also going for a big air with a 360.
oh, damn it. Paul, if you had pulled that off, that would have been spectacular. But it was so spectacular anyway, straight lining all the way through to the bottom of the finish line. Paul Sabido Juve from Spain giving us a run for our money. That drop at the beginning, I can't wait for this
Yeah, me
highlight.
neither.
It's going to look amazing because I think we were lagged with the live stream just a little bit.
What do you think about the snowboarders hitting that bottom cliff, Maria? Well, let's talk about this after
Yeah, I mean,
watching the real life. Oh, that actually is that bottom drop.
yeah, this is the bottom drop now. So, you know, the takeoff looks great. I just feel like that's happened with some of the skiers. It almost looks like they're landing uphill. They're putting some good bomb holes in there
Like
anyway.
if you were a coach of the snowboarders, would you recommend them to sticking to the plan? Would you tell them to, you know, maybe just look for a cliff that's a meter or two smaller and making for bigger chances to stomp it?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know what? I would say there are more cliffs there. There are more cliffs.
Yeah, like
all
look
the
at Maria.
riders
Elizabeth
right. Look
Garrison's-
right.
Yeah, Elizabeth
Exactly.
Garrison's line, for example, she found those floaty cliffs, right? They were huge
Exactly.
as well, but they didn't put into a flat landing.
Yeah. So, you know, there are a lot of other cliffs there. So I'm there with you on that one, Flo. But you know what? You could say that he gave it a really good, I mean, he had a good run considering.
Paul Sabido Juve from España riding for the Freeride Club Verbier.
On his Jones snowboard.
Yeah, actually, he's trained by Hugo Serra, who's one of our next competitors. So there's a 20-year age difference, and they're both riding the same competition, the coach and the trainee. 44 points for Paul from España.
Taking him into second place.
And we are going back up. It's so quick today, changing continent.
And look at this from Australia, Vaughan Hardwick. He finished. He's a contender. He's a contender. He just came out of Worlds. I think he just won juniors. 20 years old. Was it qualifiers? Anyway, he's coming in strong.
He was second in the 2023 Junior World Champions. Unfortunately, landing on a rock.
Oh no, Vaughan.
At his first air, finding a different flight curve than the riders before him. Unfortunately, not being successful in searching for a clean landing.
Yeah, he was the first one to hit on the riders
but
right.
totally making up for it right now with a clean 360.
Go Vaughan, coming into this. Oh, I think that was a really, really cool nosebone indie.
It is.
I love it when the snowboarders get some stees on.
His brother Gabe was actually competing in the Freeride Junior World Championships just a few days ago, and that was really beautiful combination, connecting the features here in the middle of the face flawlessly.
That was another nosebone. Love to see it. Love to see the stees. And a really nice ollie. All in all, great performance. It sucks that he opened up that right-hand floaty kind of hip-looking feature right at the top there on the rider's right. And I think he just came... We'll see it in the highlights, but I think he just came stuck up on that landing, which is a real shame. Let's have a look. It almost looks like he bomb-holed. Oh, I see it now. I'm looking with my binoculars. He hit a rock on his landing.
Yeah, he did. He actually opened a new rock. We got you wrong. It was not the same one that a couple of the skier girls hit. It was a new air.
Exactly.
And there's a rock in the middle of landing. She would have had to go either a bit further left or right at the takeoff.
See, look at that nose
to avoid that. But the rest of the run was flawlessly, really nicely
easy.
connecting the features there.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at this bomb hole that he made. It's just pure rock. Vaughan, that sucks.
I wonder what his board looks like. He's checking himself.
Is your board okay?
He must have done some severe damage. This rock, he's pointing right up to it. Yeah, super unfortunate, because it was really creative. You know, opening up a new feature is always something very special.
Yeah. Go Vaughan, all the way from Australia. I was talking to him just before getting on the gondola before. He's got his dad here. His dad's traveling around with him. He's a bit
the
like
whole family comes here every year for 2.5 months. Yeah, the Gabe doing all the junior comps, and
but
Vaughan.
Hey, he's Vaughan Hardwick in second place with a 50. So let's go.
So far, we've only seen one clean run from the 4 snowboarders, which is von Handschuh. So it's still 65 points to grab first place for now.
And we've got Gabin in the start place and 13 people more to drop. 13 people overall to drop in.
Gabin
France.
Bosset from Free-Ski Belleville going right into the Nar. Holy moly, he's over so much exposure. Look at the slough. And there have been riders going down that area that have cleaned out some parts of the face in the landings from snow. And he has sent a little bit of a slough slide down. And I'm really interested now how he's going to solve that problem. Because where he's right now, it is a tricky place. So he did stop because, as you can see, yeah, this little pocket there above the rocks was sent down as a slough slide, and now he's actually deciding to go back a little bit, which is probably a smart move. And then he has to either aim through the little couloir or traverse further over to the locus left to even find an exit out of this. It's not even, it's a rock face. It's
It
like
is a rock
wall.
face. It's almost like the new top cheese grater section. And, you know, Gabin from France, he's kind of switching strategies right from the top. Maybe he got up there and he saw like the landing below him has all been kind of sloughed out and turned into a rocky landing. So hopefully he's just playing it safe and being like, oh,
exactly.
my landing is now rocks.
I think it was very smart. You know, that snow he released there, like you said, went down over the cliff, took away the snow at the landing as well. And he just pulled the trigger and said, nope, if I'm going to air all this now, I'm going to land onto bare rock. So very smart move to pull the trigger and work his way down now over these exposed rocks.
And now he's doing what the Americans would call billy goating his way through that first section pretty confidently, and I'm glad he got through there safe. And now he's doing he's taking on the rider's left snow flank.
The same area that Elizabeth Garrison took on her way to securing victory. And I think more snowboarders should hit that. What a nice air.
And what a beautiful landing with a power turn into a second floater. And then you've got this third one over here, which I'm pretty sure he's going to hit. Yep.
So Gabin giving us a glimpse of what you would have seen in a complete run.
And then he front flips
for
in
that
his
washout
landing.
at the bottom, at the top.
Damn. Gabin. What a tricky run for him. Super tricky coming in. You know, he's got experience 2 years ago. He came first in the qualifiers. So maybe that was his experience came in handy because, of course, he did get down slow on that top new cheese grater section, but it could have been the difference between him just going for it and landing on rocks, right? So here it is again. Billy goating his way through the top section and then opening up that rider's left section.
That rider's left section is so beautiful. Like, it's this full speed air he took in the middle. It was a true highlight of the snowboarder performance of the day. And this board will definitely need a service after this.
I feel like I need to go give him some props after this because, you know, that second section where he took that massive hit and then landed so nicely.
Well, you know, the venues for a free competition are, of course, secured, you know, by ski cutting, by bombing, etc. But there can always be small pockets like this one that release if it's right over Cliffband. Obviously, as a rider, you have to be aware of that and ready for it. And he managed really well to not follow like I'm going anyway strategy, but to play it smart and safe.
Oh, I love the camaraderie when you see your friends down at the bottom and they're all giving each other hugs and props. So in the start gate right now, 19-year-old Kea Chrétien.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is not just any 19-year-old. This is a 3-time Freeride Junior World Champion.
Oof.
A very special rider to me. Also, his sister just competed in the Freeride Junior World Championships, and he walked over to the far Lucas ride. He's going to start his ride from there, going right into the now, hopping over some cliffs. Have a huge exposure. Look, he's like above a 10, 12-meter cliff, and all the sloughs going down. He has to navigate to find a landing down there. And he does find a clean landing. Puts the board tries to slow down, but clean for Kea Chrétien in the top part, washing himself out, totally white roaming himself. That's way too fast for me, but I hope he can hold it together. And he could almost, but that landing seemed to be a bit too flat too.
I don't know. Kea, what the hell? Right from the start, like absolutely just super fall line, no hesitations, board pointing down. It's like true fall line, just going for it. Holy, I couldn't even, I was like, my heart was in my throat for that whole run. Obviously, there's a reason why he's juniors world champion.
Exactly.
3 years in a row.
He's one of those riders who has the ability to keep that tension, that momentum going among judges, spectators, and for us as well.
Just the only
bad choice to me was to jump off the cliff with a flat landing. Look at that. So much technique necessary. And that was maybe not the smartest. He came a bit short and either was looking for the tranny.
Damn, he even got like a great power turn in there. Woo, that was high intensity, electrifying run. Electrifying. That's the only word I can say for that. Great work from Kea Cretin, 19 years old with a 69.33, taking him to first place. Well deserved. Well deserved.
Wow, that could have been an 80-plus score if it hadn't been for that landing at the cliff in the middle. But no time to waste. We go back up to the next guy from Switzerland.
Frenchies in the live feed are going to be so stoked on Kea's last run.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, Mark Robert from Switzerland, taking the riders right. 38 years old.
Yeah, I think him and Christopher Grandbois are the oldest in the snowboard field. Super chilled out guy, Mark Roberts.
Ended up 5th place in the Challengers last year and taking the right-hand side flank on the rider's face and coming into the middle there with a floaty hit, coming straight into over the knoll here, going into the middle section, taking a second hit really nicely there. Super flowy. And even getting some power turns in. Coming into this third hit really nicely. Wow, that was like a really drawn out.
The longest airtime we've seen anyone hit on this pitch. Also the bottom. Wow.
Super flowy, super fun. Good work, Mark from Switzerland. Coming into the finishing gate, probably with a massive smile on his face after that run.
So we really see two different approaches today in the snowboarders field, right? The ones who go similar to the female skiers, like the ones going more on the locus left for the more easy ones, and the ones going further right on the more technical ones. So which ones prove to be, which lines prove to be the ones scoring better
exactly.
today?
It just like takes me back to the women's ski where there were some that, you know, Mia's that was super technical, but then others that had a lot of free ride elements, and it just goes back to overall impression, doesn't it?
It does, but we also see that those riders aiming for the skiers left, the lookers left, have an easier time completing their runs with less troubles, whereas the ones going into the Nar and the bigger cliffs, it's a bit of a gamble, probably like a 50-50 to land their runs. So,
and here he is. Here goes Mark in the bottom part of his run. He's looking stoked with a 66.67, taking him into second place. Go Mark from Switzerland. You can tell that his flowy, fun run really paid off in the end, right?
Yeah, so we have Mark Robert and Florian Hanche with flawless runs on that skiers left on second and third place right now. And Kea Cretin with an amazing run and one mistake, but still.
And now we have Arvid.
First with 69 points.
Arvid from Sweden, 24 years old. Lots of time on the free ride world qualifier with a massive backy and just not sticking it. I think he got bucked off his landing.
Yeah, a massive bounce off after his landing. But as a snowboarder, it's obviously easy to get regrouped. You never lose a ski, right? So he's back up and riding and just stacking up features.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a big statement to put a backflip in at the first cliff up there, and another backy, landing this one clean.
You know what's a bigger statement, Flo? Putting in two backies in a run.
It is. Have you ever put two backflips in one of your runs?
Hell no. That was awesome. Arvid from Sweden, two backies. First one got bucked off the landing. He was like, you know what?
Oh, and the chat's hands are going to be smoking. Now, it's the same line that Florian Hanche and Mark Roberts took, also Von Hardwick, who are currently in second, third, and fourth. He's has put in two backflips, but a major crash. So how do you compare those runs?
Exactly.
That's going to be so difficult.
Exactly, because Mark's run was super flowy, super fun, and Arvid's was the same, but he got bucked off his landing, but he did put two backflips in.
But he's going to collect all the features because, as we saw in his first backflip, he did basically land it and got one of his feet. That means he does collect all the points for the move and then gets a deduction. Whereas if you do a jump and you land in a way where the judges can be sure you could never have stomped it, you're losing the whole points for the whole feature. So the deductions are only going to be for that landing, and that's what the judges are going to
look at all these friends
have to take into consideration.
They're all supporting each other and looking for the.
And this morning, as we boarded the gondola, that whole freeride vibe was amazing. It didn't really feel like a comp. It was like a bunch of 60, 70 people going up freeriding together.
Yeah, because it is. Because it is, and look, those judges, they're deliberating.
64.67 is the score to beat for the podium for Arvid Gustafsson. There was Florian Hanche on almost the identical line, which was clean, but without the backflip. So
What's he going to do?
I could imagine that going for that second backflip, you know, might as well have scored those extra points.
Who knows?
To
Let's
make up
see.
for the top part a fair
Sweden.
bit. Just overtaking Florian Hanchu, positioning himself on the 3rd place.
Nice work, Arvid. Those 2 backflips
Yeah, we love
really
to see that.
paid off.
Keep them coming.
Keep them
Keep them
coming. Arvid from Sweden knocking
Wow.
Florian out of 3rd place.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Well
halfway
deserved.
through the snowboarders field, we have the one and only Irish competitor
Wow.
of today's 2026 Open Faces Silvretta Montafon Challenger. I don't know if there's any ski resorts in Ireland not that
But
I've
you know
ever
what?
heard of.
But
So-
Keelan, he won the qualifiers in 2020.
Well, it's because he
last
lives
year.
and rides in Chamonix mostly, and this is where you get up all your big mountain skills. Good luck. Long live the Irish.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this run from last year's qualifiers champion. And there he goes.
A tiny but still well-rotated 360 to start things off.
Front 3, getting some power shots, face shots, going down into the middle section here, coming into the sun, into this floater, and he's going to do a...
Beautiful frontside 3,
nice.
and that was like 3 times as big as the first one,
Yeah.
landing it perfectly, not even his fingers touching the snow.
2 frontside 3s.
And he might be approaching that kicker-like rollover right here at the bottom.
What's he
Maybe
gonna
you
do?
see another trick. Now deciding to take it a bit easier, taking home the points which is scored at the top.
Just a nice, like, little nose bone mute over that step down, which is nice. You know, 2 frontside 3s, 1 little frontside 3 over the little floater hip, and then a bigger one over the middle.
Well, I think it's really interesting that after this great top up with the 2 3s, he was on the way to an amazing score, right? But they decided to take it easy at the bottom. Maybe it was tactics because he had the chance to traverse over to like that Mia de la Rue double area and could have added some NAR points.
But he went for fun and
Went for
freestyle
fun,
and
yeah.
cruisy, and let's see if it pays off. I mean, let's see. Arvid could have been pulled up, you know, kind of been shuffled around with his strategy after getting bucked off his first one, and he didn't. He kept going. So let's see if it pays off for the Irish.
So we've seen a run today with 2 backflips to the snowboard man's field. We've seen a run with 2 360s, both landed cleanly right now by Caelan Venning, making the Irish proud.
Keelan, are you going to...
I think you should go to the Irish Tourism Board, you know, and get one of those big stickers and have them sponsoring. Go
Check
around.
it out.
Second place, 6-7-3-3 for Caelan Venning.
The Irish. That was so well worth it then. 2 front 3s.
This might well be the first time in history an Irish snowboarder is on a Freeride World Tour Challenger podium, but can he stay there? Second place for him for now.
Because now
and
we
have
have the Frenchie.
4 more guys up there.
Yeah, because now we have the Frenchie, Christophe Charlet, coming in hot.
And you know what? This is one of the few of the men's snowboarding field that has already been competing. When I was still competing, and it's quite a long time ago, Christophe Charlet, one of the oldest on tour, a really big mountain rider. You don't see him spin much usually, even though he has worked in his freestyle skills, but he loves those gnarly venues, just
Yeah,
like his home mountain in Chamonix.
He just likes to point his board down and just go
exactly.
4 line like he's just doing now. Super
Nice.
solid into that nose off the middle and coming into the rider's middle
I'm gonna show
bottom
we see some
section.
typical Christophe Charlet exit, positioning himself right on that big cliff that we saw Mila Delary hit for the first time.
Let's
Can
go,
he pop
Christophe.
off enough of that to clear that bottom rock?
He
One,
can.
and he can. Can he keep it
A
clean?
massive double.
Yes, he can. One of the moves of the
Chris.
day in the men's snowboarding category for sure. Chris Charlet taking a couple of seconds to position himself right, but then look at that. A solid like 5, another 5 meter rock. Amazing double by Christophe Charlet, putting all his like 30 years of snowboarding experience
Wow.
into that.
Wow, 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 wow. What a run from Christophe Charlet from France. Bet the Frenchies in the live stream are stoked.
And we can hear Kai Sockerson, the voice of the Open Face, has been a commentator in this Finnish areas for 15 years, being stoked as well as Christophe Charlet arrives at the finish line. That's a real threat now to our podium, ladies and gentlemen, because that was a clean run and it was a spectacular run. And Kia Chrétien was in the lead with 69.33. Did have a big issue. Look at this,
super
was
solid.
so well performed. Yeah, using all that backside edge to stay on his feet down there. And here they are, Kia and Christopher.
And only 3 more riders, snowboarder men, at the top. So who knows? We've got Tim Schroeder, Hugo Serra, and James Veitch coming in after. 3 more riders, 3 more opportunities to take these people off the podium. How is Christopher Charlet going to do with this gnarly free ride run? Waiting on our seats. Waiting on the edge of our seats. What do the judges say?
Yeah.
Come on, judges, give it
Let's
to
keep
us.
that quiet as they build up tension for a second. Here's the touches. Can you see that smoke, you know, rising above their heads? Like, where did we put it? What did we? How many extra points do we add for that bottom part?
The flags are flapping in the wind.
While we're waiting for the score, I'm checking our YouTube chat, and people asking why Tendra Katsuna did not stand in start gate today. Unfortunately, we do not know what happened. If he has decided not to start for personal injury, health, or whatever kind of reasons. Either way, Tendra, we really hope that you're back for the next challenger, because yeah, we'd like to see you ride.
Come on. Come on, judges. Look at these riders.
Look at Kia's face. Kia's like, is he having sixth place? That is a bit of a surprise. Maybe the judges saw some troubles that run that we didn't see.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah. I thought that Christopher Chalet was the only one that did not have the freestyle skills, but had that four-line, aggressive, you know, massive airs. So, you know, I'm interested to relook
question
at that.
the judges at all, but that's definitely going to be discussed between riders and judges at the end of the day, I'm sure. We have no time to discuss or think, because James Feitch from the United Kingdom is already in the NAR.
In the NAR, as in the actual NAR, at the top middle of the face, on top of all of that cliff face, coming out with control and speed and taking on the rider's left-hand side of the face.
Approaching the, let's call it the Elizabeth Garrison Cliff with tons of speed. Xavier Del Ruiz style, no hesitation, collecting speed before, and unfortunately getting washed out in his backside and sent into a single front punch, but back on his feet quickly and approaching the next cliff. I hope his visibility is clear.
His visibility looks pretty clear the way he's riding out of this face. It really sucks that he kind of got washed out on the landing of that second big Elizabeth cliff, because that was a great run. He did navigate his way through that top section quite, you know, slowly, but navigated it well. And if he had just landed that Elizabeth cliff, it would have been amazing.
It was, yeah. It seemed like up to the point where his board touched the snow, he was well under control, but then just backside edge just couldn't hold to the pressure. Yeah. Pretty crazy idea to deliberately go into this area, which is more grass and rocks than snow. Yeah. But he seemed totally comfortable there. So here's that big cliff. Seems all good till the landing. Yeah, it seems like that slope is angled off to the right a little bit. So you would have had to point the board like 15 degrees towards the right side in order to be exactly in the four line.
And he's got all his buddies there. James waiting with his buddies down at the finishing gate. Everyone anticipating eagerly.
James Veitch.
Look at this camaraderie. Look at those smiles. They're all friends. James Veitch with 8th place with 48 points.
All right. And that means that Kia Chrétien is already secured the podium. He's in the lead right now with 69.33. And we have only 2 more riders up there, but they have both plenty of World Tour experience. Hugo Serra and Timmy Schröder both spent 2 years on the World Tour. Timmy Schröder, a podium finisher, Fiat World Tour, 3rd place 2 years ago, got kicked off the tour last year, and Hugo Serra, who's coach of the Freeride club in Verbier. Yeah, actually now competing against his trainee, Paul Savito. It's going to be really interesting who of them is going to be better off, the coach or the
yeah, and Hugo Serra placing 2nd overall in 2023 in the qualifiers and the challengers.
And he also drops in at that alternative start all the way to Lucas Wright. Look at that exposure. Look at that waterfall of snow he sends down. Yeah, no wrong decision to be made there. It takes a second to regroup, change his edge. He's on the front side now. Is he going to go off to the left, or is he going to go for the big drop? He goes for the drop, lands and rides out clean. Wow. I think it's great that he did those couple of seconds up there, right, to regroup.
It's just a recalibration, you know, and it worked out well. He came out of that top bit, and now he has released that tricky, persistent weak layer that we were talking about before. Check that out.
Exactly.
How about that for some drama for the show?
Well, one of the few spots off the face that still maybe had a tiny bit of a windslope sitting up there. You could tell where he rode in. It fractured at they did the safety work a couple of days ago, and right above the cliff where we had 2 or 3 riders already going through. It had not released, but Hugo putting all his experience in there and putting an edge in and not releasing it edge. And unfortunately now being a bit unconcentrated, landing a big 3 onto a rock. Definitely touched the rock there with the upper part of his body.
Flo, imagine being in the middle of your run, on top of some pretty gnarly cheese grater cliffs, and then setting off a wind slab. And then, you know,
Yeah,
I mean, you can be as experienced as you can be, but how do you navigate that and make it not ruin?
I mean, it was not threatening in a way that he could have buried him. That snow just ran out smoothly, but definitely could have taken over the cliff. He managed not to be taken with it. And to keep on riding and then going for a 3 at the next possible cliff is just shows how mentally strong he is.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, he had to. Here we have.
So much drama within a 1 minute run by Hugo Serra.
Hugo Serra,
Holy
nature
moly.
just not on his side. He was aiming up to do the Elizabeth Cliff after navigating the top section with a lot of control and aggressiveness, and then
look at that
released a
top
slab.
entry. Yeah, that was so well performed. And here he realizes that snow is sliding, gets up to the side, holds on to the rock. Look how he sits there like a chicken on a piece of wood in the barn. And then he kept on riding, went for a 3, hit a rock in the landing. I hope he's fine there, but it seems like he's not hurting. So much adrenaline adventure in one run. That's hardly ever seen.
Yeah, exactly. Like Flo said before, it wasn't critical that releasing the slab isn't critical for your safety as well in this venue, but it does shake you around for the fluidity of your run. You're like, okay, now I'm not going to hit my cliff. What do I do now? Not many people have to think, okay, what happens if I release a wind slab, you know?
The tallest man in snowboard field, you know, showing the most amount of adrenaline among your commentators. My heart's still pumping from that run. So much drama. Who got a huge cliff, a small wind slab, and landing on a rock all within a couple of seconds. What a dramatic run.
So Hugo will definitely not be taking, even with that great run, will not be taking the podium.
And that means we're going to have the first ever Irish podium on the Freeride World Tour Challenger, because Gerlan Venning behind Kekratija sits on second and cannot be pushed off the podium again. And there's only one man standing up there who can change that podium. And this is the man that, you know, is a very special one. He does this procedure every time he stands on top of a mountain. You know, he grabs all his energy, he puts his hand together. That's when he finds that inner peace. Timmy Schroeder.
Timmy Schroeder at the top. He's not
and
actually starting from the start gate.
he actually walked up from the start gate to a look left. Timmy, good luck on your 2026 Freeride World Tour quest. Yeah, don't go too crazy, because we know you do like to do very crazy things. Timmy, backflipping onto his head on the first cliff.
No, Timmy, no. Try Timmy Schroeder, trying to take that first right-hand face with a floaty hip kind of hit and not getting that backflip
Wow, that's so difficult. Like 3-4 seconds into run, going for a backflip. Did it just go from switch to?
I think he did a half.
Yeah.
I think he did a frontside 1, and then came around and then hit this second nose cliff. Oh, that was
Look at that combo. That's Timmy riding. I know
that's stunning.
Put up that level difficulty so high. That would have been enough to just ride in normal and then go for this bottom part. Setting up for that cliff, landing it. That shows the skills of Timmy Schroeder. Yeah, breaks my heart to have a run cut in half, like 2 hiccups at the top and then one of the most exciting lower halves of the run.
Frontside 3 into a beautiful shoot and then into a gnarly double. Frontside 3, tweak indie.
Timmy, remember what I said at top? Timmy, just don't go too crazy. Like riding the way he rides the lower part is easy to win him any competition. What happened there? Totally did not calculate the speed of his rotation the right way up there. That was a 180.
Yeah, frontside 1.
But that was definitely the move. Look at it. Through the compression.
Beautifully boned.
Transferring over it. And that bottom part. Similar to Christopher Grombo. Riding over those bottom cliffs and staying clean. That's such a difficult move. Sniper landing, between landing, bomb, right onto the tail of that snowboard, riding out. But obviously in the top part, he would have lost a lot of points. But there was quite a few people not being clean. So let's see what that does for his score.
That was one of my favorite runs of the day. That frontside 3.
7th place, 53 points for Timmy Schroeder. No podium fame. Well, the bottom half was a podium run. The top half was downright, let's call it stupid, because Timmy can do much better.
Timmy!
Sorry, buddy.
Good work, Timmy, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a podium for you. We might not have a flower ceremony, but we'll have the ranking here. Kia Chrétien, former Freeride World Tour champion, taking home the win of the Silvretta Montafon Challenger here in 2026, ahead of our first Irish ever to podium on a Challenger, Gerlan Venning in Switzerland, taking home 3rd place with Mark Roberts, just beating Arvid Gustafsson von Handschuh by a couple of points. Thanks to the snowboards, we saw some amazing approaches. What do you reckon? They gave it all.
Wow, I was super impressed. We had so much freestyle. We had some aggressive free riding, boards just going straight down. gnarly cheese grater triple drops, you know, and then we even had a wind slab release into 360 into a rock landing. There was everything, and now we have the women's snowboard starting in the start gate. I'm excited, guys.
Yeah, once again, sorry we're not having a flower ceremony. We might be able to show you the winners at the end, but after Jake Miller's crash today, we are really having to rush before the clouds move in this afternoon. And we are moving on to Tiffany Pertin, former Freeride World Tour champion, fighting to get back onto that World Tour where she feels she belongs. The snowboard women category is on.
Last year, the last few years, she's been winning consecutively in the podiums for the Challengers, and she's a Freeride World Tour champion. So let's go. Really good off the top. Riders right. Going into some...
Wow, finding a new all the way to that Lucas left, riders right. Finding tons of power and fresh air. I don't understand why no other riders went that way yet. Look at her collecting feature after feature and white rooming herself in between.
That third feature that she hit, no one has hit before. And I'm like, why not? That landing was perfect. She's making her way solid after those great hits into this little step down floaters. One, and then riding straight into the finish gate.
And she's past that judging line. Congratulations, Tiffany Pertin. Made short work of this venue with a very fresh new approach all the way over to that Lucas left, finding tons of power and a lot of jumps. I think that's a great benchmark for the girls snowboarding.
She was fast, she was strong, she was unique, she was creative, she opened up some new features. What more could you ask for the first snowboard women?
Wow, and she's such a, enrichment to that freeride community, making movies,
Oh,
organizing a women's freeride day in Verbier with music and workshops. She's just so passionate about these sports.
Love it.
And really awesome to have her here on the Freeriders. Although, if she keeps riding like that, she might well be gone for the tour again next year.
Yeah, I mean, winning it in 2022, you can see why.
You can totally see why.
Yeah.
37 years of age, still looking super dynamic, having to put a bit extra energy in to walk up those couple of meters up to the start gate. But I think after a clean run, that doesn't matter, does it?
No, it doesn't. And she's taking it easy going in. Look at this. Like the champ that she is. Tiffany Pertin with a 74.33. Quite a high score for the first score for the ladies women.
It is.
I'm excited to see how this is going to end up because we have quite a few women in the start gate happening today. And our next person in the start gate, again from France, Laurence Barrault. Laurence Barrault, she's had quite some experience in the Freeride World Qualifiers, and she's starting strong and flowy on the rider's right-hand face, coming up to this first side hit and losing her balance a little bit in the landing, but keeping her momentum going, making her way down.
What I really like about her that she only started competing when she was 29, so like totally different from guys like Kea Chrétien who started riding competitions when they were not even teenagers.
Nice, good honor. That's really inspiring because, she finished third overall last year, and she's taking that cliff that Tiffany took, that Tiffany opened up in the last run. She took it. Tiffany landed better. She kind of was a little bit sloppy in her landing, but still keeping her momentum going. Making her way down, getting some fresh turns. No one else has gone into this section at all in this competition, and she's going into kind of a new zone that no one has taken yet, which is interesting. I love this. And not quite sticking, and also releasing another wind slab. Oh, Laurence. She is okay. The wind slab carried her down a few meters. Wow, what a run.
Action-filled day, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, and let this be a warning to all of you out there freeriding. Even though this venue has been, secured a safety monitor board, there are still pockets you can release, and you can imagine if you're riding out there in the wide open, those pockets, in areas that have not been treated by safety work can be huge.
But that was navigated great from Lauren. She came out of that. She waited for the slough to take her down.
Yeah.
And then she just stood back up and straight line to the finish gate. Good work, Laurence.
Yeah. Still, I believe that air she took down there, if she had turned her board into the fall line in the air, she would be able to ride out straight. That's what you kind of always want to do, especially in snowboard.
Yeah, you can see here. This is where she kind of almost landed uphill, and then kind of had a little wind slab slough take her down.
going head over heels for a second, but then obviously the slope flattens out and she's right up there, the surface, ready to
There's some tricky
ride it out.
variables to navigate in that run. But she did execute the first part of her run with speed and aggression and fluidity. A little bit swirly on a landing on that second cliff that Tiffany opened up.
Giulia Pottazzini from Italy. That's a very special girl. She's actually from a village right next to Venice. So not your typical freeride kind of town. Spent the last years riding in and around Innsbruck and has moved to Verbier for the season, just for a change, she said, just to get some fresh air and different people. And we'll see how that has paid off, because Verbier had a bit more snow than the Innsbruck region, so she probably has a lot of powders on her feet this season already.
Nice, Giulia.
And she seems full of confidence, taking that first air without any hesitation. A lot better than Timmy Schröder landing on her feet.
Oh, Timmy. Giulia taking on the middle section of this face.
Yeah, landing
with
her
fluidity.
second air, not switch like Timmy Schröder, which is much smarter to land straight.
Flo.
Third air.
Giulia, great.
Wow.
Great
Similar
air.
to Florian Hanchu, like, you know, she could be competing in the snow men's category with this run. Giulia, stoked. Keep it going. Stay on your feet to the bottom. No stupid
Go,
moves.
Giulia.
Would be nice. Not a sick air. Fresh one.
Straight
right
into a
the
massive...
powder field. I'm stoked. Giulia must have trained a lot in Verbier this season, showing a great run with tons of jumps and a lot of confidence all the way to the bottom, keeping it speed up. She doesn't want to walk to that finish line like some of the other snowboarders. She wants to get the speed to ride right into it.
You know what? I'm going to be so bold as to say that Giulia's come into this competition as an underdog. And after that run, she rode that with so much aggression and so much style. I'm really impressed. I'm guessing that it's going to be a good scoring run. Who knows? Is it going to be to 74.33? Who knows? But that was I'm impressed.
Definitely a competitive one with the one of Tiffany Perrotin, a former world champion who sits on first with 70.433. But I totally do believe Giulia's run is a threat. I've watched her in those last years on the challenges, and I believe this is one of the best runs she's done. And she's swimming and surfing, paddling her way to the finish line.
Seems like a pattern when these ladies are arriving into the finish
Giulia,
line.
you got to
right
be
now.
all smiles, and she is. Look at it. Judges, it's up to you. 74.33 to beat.
What are you going to give Giulia? Let's see, because next in the start gate, we have the Netherlands and Giulia. Let's go. Come on, judges, let's go. What are you going to give us? I'm keeping it tense because, you know, that with that run, what board has she got? She's got a great nose. I feel like today, with all those uphill landings that people are doing, you need a big nose.
77, Giulia taking the lead. She's got to be stoked. What a run by the Italian girl. So complete, so fast, so clean, so many airs, so spectacular. You definitely deserve that first place, and that's a real challenge now for those girl snowboard riders still up there to challenge, and there's still quite a few.
Yeah, I mean, if the underdog can get a 77, then what can happen? We've got Jacquelina from the Netherlands coming in now, tackling the rider's right-hand side of the face.
Coming from the land of big mountains, named the Netherlands.
Flat City, I say. Tackling this first little right-hand side floaty into a second right-hand side floaty.
Wow, I think the mountains we're on today is about 3,000 times bigger than the biggest one in the Netherlands. But she doesn't show that. She rides really comfortably and fluid. Similar to Tiffany Perrotin, all the way to that Lucas left, finding a lot of fresh power.
Yeah, and you know what? Jacquelina is not coming into this competition as an underdog. She won the qualifier series in 2025. So she does have some experience under her belt.
And she's definitely navigating around some of the cliffs that Tiffany Perrotin you jumped over. But I believe that's a bit of a tactic. You know, it's her first ever Challenger comp, and she wants to take home a result. And we have seen, you know, a lot of people crashing in the different categories. So if she manages to, you know, stay on her feet all the way to the finish line, she's going to take home a good score.
Yeah, I saw an attempt to like ollie over this last like kind of step down area. She navigated this little ollie great at the bottom, but she kind of pre-ollied and then landed right before a rock, and that kind of squirreled her landing into a second kind of squirrely ollie, but she managed to ride out of that nicely.
Nicely showing that she spent almost all her life in Switzerland, not in the Netherlands where she grew up, and doing pretty well for her first ever Freeride World Tour Challenger appearance.
Yeah, go Jacquelina. First Challenger, and many more to come for this winter.
Yeah.
Very strategic, just getting that run down, getting some fun rollers. This is what I meant by that pre-ollie into the rocks and then squirreling.
Yeah. Probably smarter to, like, get her some speed and fly over those rocks rather than stay on that frontside edge.
Yeah, let's see. I wonder if she can. Take Tiffany Perrotin out of that place, 74.33 with that.
I don't really see that happening, Maria, because she took a similar line, but not jumping over one or two of those cliffs that Tiffany Perrotin opened. So that's, of course, definitely going to be lower, but should be enough to stay ahead of Jacqueline of Lawrence Bourreau, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
41.33 it is, third place for the moment for the Swiss-Dutch rider. Congratulations, Jacqueline.
Nice.
Solid performance on that first appearance.
So bib number 55 from Netherlands in third place with a 41.33 after a solid run.
All right, 17 nations here today, super international field, and our next rider is Gosia Śniegorska from Poland. Also she living in the mountains, Zermatt and Verbier being her home base, based at the bottom of Verbier in Le Chabot, that has turned into Freeriders hub since it's so expensive to live up in Verbier. A lot of riders live actually at the bottom of the valley there.
So I'm guessing Gosia and Jacqueline have competed against each other a lot.
I like it how she let go of that edge and you're floating into that top air.
Yeah, Gosia.
Bit of a washout right there in the middle.
Gosia tackling into the midline, taking this pretty good air into the middle of the face, and then getting a ollie into more, even getting a power turn into that face. But yeah, I'm guessing that Gosia and Jacqueline compete against each other a lot. Tackling this third feature, the freestyle feature, as I like to say.
Yeah, getting hung up a little bit on her frontside edge, probably uncovering some rock there, which we've seen a lot today.
Hucking in a power turn.
See those black marks she leaves in her tracks? That tells you that it's great power in the venue today, but yeah, it's not all power underneath.
Yeah. And then a last little ollie to finish her run off. All right, so Gosia coming second overall last year in the Freeride World Qualifiers, and this being her first challenger. I think she did a really good job.
She did, yeah. Getting a last-minute qualification, winning the Ubaye Freeride competition, a 4-star, to secure her spot on this year's Challenger Tour. And, it's... If you're stepping up from the qualifiers to the challengers or from challengers to the World Tour, that first competition is just gruesome. You know it's a different field. This is top of the game riders, so it's really hard to have that right mindset to be comfortable and perform at the same time.
Yeah, and here she is walking into the finish line again. But like I said, she's competing against, for example, probably someone that she competes against a lot, who is Jacqueline.
50 points straight for Gosia Śniegorska. That positions her in third place right now, right after former world champ Tiffany Perrotin.
Ooh, and taking Jacqueline out of third place. Like I said, I bet they compete against each other a lot, so that would be hitting close to home. And in the start gate right now, Ellie Dalton-Richard from
18
France.
years of old. You can imagine that Ellie would still have the right to compete in the juniors, but decided, no, I'm going for the challengers.
Yeah, I mean, she hasn't even been in a qualifier yet. She's just straight to the challengers.
Well,
and
no, she's not decided. She's got game wildcard because she's a Freeride World Junior Champion in female snowboarding. And so she got invited to come and said, yes, of course, I'm right here. I'm right there.
And she hits that first right-hand floater with a nice indie. And then she is taking herself into the middle section of the face, going over this nose that a few people have taken, and
wow, showing strong legs, riding out of this compression at the landing. Going right for the next one. The super beautiful combo. Just lining up the third one. 3 drops in a row. And I was going to say stomping all of them, Elle Dalton, but that last one sends her into a front roll.
Yeah, unfortunately, not sticking the third one, but also, you know what? From someone who's competed only in juniors, wow, what a run. Coming out of the bottom section, straight lining out to the finishing gate.
Being coached by Mouret, riding mostly in the Alpe d'Huez in France. Strong appearance by our youngest snowboard woman on the mountain today.
Ellie Dalton-Richard.
That's amazing. She's still in her last year in high school. And then we have guys like Florian Hanchu almost in their 40s. So a very wide field of competitors age-wise in the snowboard category.
Ooh, sticking that bottom, unfortunately sticking that bottom cliff because she had a nice flow of 3 hits there.
Well, nothing to lose there for Ellie Dalton-Rijard in her first ever Challenger appearance.
Yeah, good on her coming out of the juniors and having this like kind of wild card experience and doing pretty well, and except for that stickiness on the bottom of that third flowy. Coming up with 44.67 points, getting her into 4th place. Go Ellie.
Go Ellie. And for the next girl, we say go Michaela, and that's a very special woman. Michaela must have been competing for, I don't know, 20 years?
So long.
Yeah.
I was talking to her at the, she just wants to have fun in this run. She's not competing too much anymore because she's doing all of her trainings and certifications for coaching and snowboard instructing.
Yeah, she said she might not have time to attend all the challenges this year, but she still loves that competition vibe, but once in a while loves to give herself a good challenge, and that also reflects her passion for the sport.
Coming into this first right-hand section of the face, she did a nice little floater and a second flower grabbing Indy, super solid, and staying to the right.
Yeah, following the tracks of Tiffany Paratin all the way over. Here, that cliff that only Tiffany jumped so far. Oh, but going it maybe a bit too fast, and then overshooting that transition, going almost into the flats and not being able to hold on to it.
She did overshoot that cliff, unfortunately, because she was riding pretty solidly before. Yep. And then coming in nice and solid into the bottom middle of section of this face, and coming into this bottom section, getting some power turns, hoping not to get too sharky, and a little double ollie in the mid to bottom section, coming into the finishing. Good work from Michaela, Finland.
All right, here we're looking at the replay for Michaela Holston. No hesitation approaching the first one. Second there. And then I think her biggest there is next, where he went a tiny bit too far. That's the one that has a super short transition, as you can see.
Ooh.
And almost going right into that counter slope.
Michaela from Finland, super experienced, not quite being able to cut it on that, just overshooting that top nose that was opened up by Tiffany, who's currently in 2nd place. Oh, we have signs falling behind us.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2026 Freeride World Tour Challenger in Montafon, Silvretta. Yeah, organized by Open Faces, and we have 3 more riders only in the start gate. What a show it's been today, as we're waiting for the score of Michaela Holston, the 4th to last girl in the snowboard women category.
Oh man, I feel like we've had so much drama in this, like so many amazing runs, the women killing it, and now we have Michaela with a 42.33 in 5th place after her run. Getting a bit stuck on that kind of midsection nose. And now we have Selina Weber from Germany.
Selina Weber, 2nd last year in the overall ranking of the challenge, just 1 place short because only one snowboard woman qualifies for the field world. So she wants to make up for that. She feels like she can step it up, and if she does 1 rank better at the end of the season, she will be at the World Tour in 2027. This is the start of her quest towards that goal.
Like most riders, Selina is going into the right-hand side of the face, taking that first right floaty hip, and remaining riding right and lining herself up for her next feature. I think she's going to open up something new.
Yeah, it's
here.
interesting. She did not use one of the features she could have gone to, but therefore focusing on the next one. Nice. Finding a beautiful transition on that. Totally new landing. And now she must not go too fast on the next feature, because we saw that 20 is super short. Michaela Holston said went a bit too fast, and that was very smart, taking out the speed and going with nicely. Really well done, right? Really
great strategy. Being super controlled, opening up with a new feature at the top, and making sure that she doesn't land too far down that landing on that last cliff, and then coming up into this kind of step downy floater ollie, coming through this last section with speed and control. Great work from the German.
And she's stoked. She's clapping her hands as she is past the finish line. Really fast run. showing a lot of confidence and staying really live and playful all the way. That's a threat to the podium for sure. She needs 50 points for the podium right now. That's something it should be within reach with that run.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see like women snowboarders. She's like the last 4th snowboarder and competitor to drop in the face, and she's still hitting like hits that no one has hit yet, which shows great creativity and strategy in your riding. So props to the German, the Deutsch.
Props to the German.
How is she going to go? How is Selena? Is she going to take anyone out of the podium with that awesome solid run? With her creativity and her unique line choice and her solid riding, how is the German going to do? How are the judges going to score this? We shall see. Selena Weber with a 66.67. Overall third, taking the pole. Gozia out of third place. Sorry, Gozia, but with that run, with a 66.67, you can't beat it. Great run.
Well,
Congrats.
almost going for a 6.767. They're really close call. And back up the start gate for the second to last time of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 more riders up there. Brianna Johnson representing Australia.
Woohoo! Go
Sure
Aussies.
Maria Kuzma next to me is stoked, you know.
Yeah.
Another down under chick.
Yep, I think I remember meeting Brianna when I was competing in New Zealand. And here she goes.
Yeah, celebrating her 30th birthday on the Challenger Tour last year.
And tackling the right-hand side of this face with confidence, but not going true right like the other two, most of the other women have done. She's kind of taking it right and then going into the middle section of the face, airing into that first middle section with a lot of confidence.
She podiumed here last year, 3rd place. What do you reckon? Is it going to be a podium run, Maria?
Oh, I don't know. She's riding so well and confidently. Let's see how it goes. As long as she doesn't get stuck up on any sticky steiners, she's coming into this freestyle hit with speed and aggression and confidence, landing it well, setting herself up for the second one.
Wow,
landing it well. How is she going to go? What is she going to do for this last section? I don't know.
Super floaty middle part. I really like that. And the snow's holding up very well, even for the last competitors of the day.
Taking it easy. She's like, oh, you know what? I've had a great middle section and a great start. What am I going to do? She's going to just do a nice, solid, kind of straight line into the final finishing gate.
Past
Good
the
work.
judging line here. Good work. Yeah.
Good work,
Top
Brittany.
to bottom. Oh, that's going to be a challenge now.
Yeah, so I don't know, Flo. I don't know if that's enough. Is it a 66.67 or higher?
Well, we'll see.
67.6767?
If she goes 6.767, she'll be in 3rd place. 66.67 to beat Selena Weber's score in 3rd place right now.
Oh
That's
my
a bit tough call.
gosh.
Well, if she manages to be ahead of Selena, it will be because of that middle part. She kind of really, you know, stepped it up right there. That's first air, second air, 3 airs in a row in that middle part. Yeah, stomping, really fighting to stay on her feet and then riding out smooth at the bottom. There she is.
Great, great chat from the live chat. We've got someone being like, I wish I was actually riding this face instead of watching it from bed. Don't we all?
All right, guys, anytime, come here, but wait for the next snowfall. It's only a 25-minute hike to the top, and you'll be riding like Björn Johnson.
Ooh.
4th place, 59.67, just behind the podium. And we have only one competitor up there who can change the podium of the day.
Exactly. Not too, you know, not giving Selena too much run for her money. She's like a solid 7 points behind. So the podium is set in, unless Louis Ruiz.
She won the qualifier competition on this face here 2 years ago, so she knows what it's like to do a podium run on the Zermatt-Spitze.
And here she is tackling the right-hand side of the face.
Bomb landing right in the tracks of the riders ahead of her, but stomping it, showing some legs there at that first landing.
And kind of doing what Brittany did in her last run, taking that air into the middle of the face pretty confidently, stomping it well.
Yeah, she supersized that air, really, a lot bigger than others did.
And is she going into a new area? I hope so. She's taking a new hit, going over some rocks, but beautiful execution. Good work.
Powder and a new entry air into this main couloir of the face. Bomb backing it up by another air, also putting this to her feet and getting ready for a third one. Great middle section. Yeah, similar to the one we saw just for Brittany Johnson do, but with a new approach, so showing creativity as well.
Yeah, opening up a little section in the midsection and then coming down with this last section with speed and confidence. I think she's stoked on her run.
She's clapping hands, finishing off her run with a beautiful powder turn. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the last powder turn of the day in today's competition. If you can see, if
she opened up a new
section,
section.
Can kick someone off the podium in that women's snowboarding field.
Just nice and fun and floaty off this first one. A little bit squirrely, but okay. And then coming into this second area.
Wow, so I don't see a threat for the victory of Julia Bottas ahead of Tiffany Perdue, but third place is definitely what's within reach.
Hitting that new feature, landing on a rock and still...
still riding out.
Still riding out.
That's what you want to do. Look back and say, oops.
Nice. Everyone's stoked to be at the bottom. Last rider of the day. Lou Ruy from France, closing the competition. What's going to happen? Is she going to get a point, anything higher than 66.67 to get her into the podium? It's a tough one.
It's a tough one. Last ride of the day, ladies and gentlemen, 2026 FWT Challenger and Silvretta Montafon, organized and presented by Open Faces.
I have my opinions, but I don't want to voice them too much because it must be hard for the judges. But oof, what's going to happen for the first Challenger competition of the winter? What an event! Sitting here, kind of tapping my fingers, being like, okay, what is going to happen? Are the judges going to give Lou Ruy a podium finish and knock Selena, Tiffany, or Julia out of the podium? What's going to happen? Judges deliberating, main judge in the back, writing those notes down, flags flapping in the wind. What is going to happen? Who knows? I bet those women are all waiting at that finish gate, eagerly awaiting for the arrival of the final points for the snowboard women for the first Challenger competition of the 2026 winter, Silvretta Montafon.
And ladies and gentlemen, indeed, 68.33 kicking Selena Weber off third place. So Louis got to be stoked, sneaking onto the podium behind Tiffany Perdue. Did she? Or did she not?
I'm waiting for the results here myself, but you know what? She's a protest rider. She is a protest rider. We are in the same protest family. Lou Ruiz from France, waiting eagerly for the points. What is going to happen? What is going to happen here? I'm going to have a look. Well, they're deliberating. They're deliberating hard. Oh, 68.33, taking Selena Weber, the German, out of that podium finish. Sucks for Selena. Such a good run for Lou Ruiz with a 68.33, and that makes that final. We've got Lou Ruiz in third place with a 68.33, Tiffany with a 74, and Julia with a 77.
Julia Bottazzin, sorry Maria for stealing your momentum there for a second.
Ooh,
Stoked to have seen such a great performance by the female snowboarders. Some really outstanding runs with lots of fluidity and massive drops as well.
I mean, like all the riders today, they all impressed me. It was such an honor to be here and commentate live and be stoked and entertained by these talented riders.
Yeah, we're not done yet. I'm pretty sure we're going to see all today's results one more time. And maybe even go for have a chance to see the flower ceremony. The riders are still down there at the finish line. I love to see the faces of the winners of today. Well, this is the ski band. It was the first category on the mountain today. Nemo Plania taking it home for France with the highest scoring run of the day, 80 points, just like a point ahead of Edwin Olsen, and again a point ahead of Neo Voyemore. Congratulations to these three riders. I'm stoked to see Simon Zwischenbrucker on fourth place. The strong, sign of that Austrian rider. And as you see, Jacob Miller here at the end, as it did not finish. Jake Miller had a big crash today. He was evacuated by the helicopter, but even though there might some minor injuries, he's fine. He could talk to the rescue force and say, yes, I'll be back stronger in a year from now when it's Challenger 27 time.
And okay, here with the skiers, Elizabeth Gerritsen in first place with an 80. The Swissies are going really well. Eva Bartolo in second place and Mia with a 75 in third place. Elizabeth just so consistent in experience and such a shredder.
Yeah, that run really stood out for experience, you know, with one of the last pips, you know, opening up a new zone and staying control to the bottom, including a great show.
Yeah, and we had a couple skiers with no ski finishes. That
and
sucked.
then let's look at the snowboard man. Kier Chrétien, 3-time Freeride Junior World Champion, winning this year's event ahead of Gerlan Wenning. I'm stoked to have an Irish guy on second place, ahead of Mark Robert from Switzerland on third. All right, Maria, so stoked to have you head here. Let's wrap up this competition. What was your highlight of the day? What do you like best about today's event?
Ooh, what a question. To be honest, you know what? Mila De La Rue, her run through that cheese grater, that was just insane. Some of the ski women were just so good. Some of the snowboard women had some great, Tiffany's run that opened it up. That was beautiful, beautifully executed. Elizabeth, wow, what a skier. And you know what? So all the men ski, like that backflip cliff, and incredible, those transfers over that first cliff. And overall, I would like to say, so grateful that Jacob got out of that phase safely, and all in all, a great Challenger series to start off the winter.
I think the same. Thank you, Maria, for coming. I mean, the Zmangspitze has proved once again it has everything there, from floaty lines to big cliffs, right? And it was a really great start to the 2026 Challenger series by Orash, right? And well, we are done for today. I hope you liked the show. I hope you tune in again in a couple of days when we have the next Freeride World Tour Challenger, which will be at Kitzsteinhorn, I believe. But before we say goodbye, let's watch the highlights of the day.
Let's have a look. How's it gonna go?
Yeah. Thanks everyone for watching. This was the 2026 Freeride World Tour Challenge presented here by Raj, Montafon, Silvretta and Open Faces. There's a month-long break now before exactly in 4 weeks we'll have the next event in Nonda. Thank you, Maria Krusma, for joining us.
Thank you,
You were
Flo.
a great co-commentary, and I hope to be able to share this booth with you again soon in the future.
It was honored to be entertained today by these talented
All right.
riders.
All the best for Jake Miller for your recovery, and everyone out there, stay safe, be aware it's a low tide winter, avalanche risk is high. Yeah, have a lot of fun out there, but play it responsibly. All right. Bye-bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Oh, we're talking.